Because even punishment can be negative attention of some sort.
Let it shine, shine, shine. Let
No.
it shine.
No. No.
God damn it, Pete. I'm trying to be serious.
My hilarious dad jokes. My ungrateful DM.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
I'm trying, Ken, to describe what should be a completely badass scene where the paladin in the party chops a manticore's leg off and intimidates it into running away. And right in the middle of it, this one over here, he just starts putting dad jokes in the chat section at Roll20 and just completely breaking my equilibrium.
Look,
completely.
I didn't even technically make a joke. All I did was put up the lyrics for a song.
Not even funny. Not even funny.
You were laughing your ass off.
Shush.
Be glad to know that my wife smacked me for that.
Oh, good. Tell her thank you. Thank you.
She said thank you for smacking me for the.
He deserved it. I can't reach through the mic and whack him, so.
After the fuckery we went through.
Yeah, that was only her first game with me. She ain't seen nothing yet.
God, that was tense.
Does your wife know about the leeches? Or
No,
the Sandman?
I haven't told her anything yet. Look. You gotta understand. We had a new member of our tribe join on our server, and one of the first things I did was I put her on a wyvern, and I took her to the pit where the broodmother spawns.
You don't give a newbie a wyvern.
Well, I waited until she was comfortable flying it, and then I took her to the broodmother.
I mean, at most you give them an RG, and RG will get them started. It'll get them taken care of. They can take out alphas.
Oh no, she had tames.
Yeah, you don't give them a wyvern. A wyvern is like giving the 16-year-old kid.
Well, look, that's not the bad part about what I did, though.
That's
not the bad part.
That's the Maserati of Ark. You don't give them a wyvern.
You see, on Valguero, there's a spot where the broodmother spawns.
No.
And a bunch of spiders.
No.
And I said, follow me.
No.
We're going to go kill something to get you some levels.
You took the newbie to kill the broodmother on a wyvern. This could only be improved, and by improved I mean worse, if you put her on a poison wyvern.
No, she was on an ice wyvern, but that wasn't the problem. The problem is it turns out she's highly arachnophobic.
Oh, you monster. You monster.
I'm in a tribe full of women, literally, and they're all scared of spiders.
I'm scared of spiders, but so is girlfriend, and she has genuine arachnophobia. So whenever one is bothering her, my fear becomes a secondary issue, and it's like, okay, caveman wakes up, must protect mate.
I keep hitting desert drops on Ragnarok, and I keep getting spiders. I send it spider saddle boots, and I'm like, you know what? One of these days I'm gonna put one of these to use.
No,
so you guys are gonna log on when there's a base that can be full of spiders.
No, no, Pete, no.
I wouldn't do that. I'd just make the empty threat.
No, Pete.
Right, honey? I wouldn't go tame a bunch of spiders.
Yes, you would.
No, I wouldn't.
Yes, you would. Just like if there was a bunch of clowns, you would go tame them and drop them in Carlisa's base.
No, not clowns. I just go get a bunch of otters and put helmets with clown masks on them and go drop them in her base.
Why would you do that to the poor otters? Otters are like the sweetest, most innocent little shoulder pets you can get, and you would put them in a clown outfit.
I would.
Oh my goodness!
Because one of our friends is terrified of clowns, and it's fun.
You know what? No inspiration for Adamant today.
And her husband would help me.
Of course. Anyway, how y'all doing? Like, everybody showed up while we were talking about Ark.
Yes, and it was quite entertaining conversation.
How are we gonna pay for all this stuff we bought?
You all didn't pay for it.
That's right. I forgot.
5 potions of fire resistance.
You didn't pay for it because you helped to expose
A demon worshiper.
Oh, that's true.
demon worshiper, and if she plays her cards right, Ikiniafa may stand to gain part of Queothi's business empire, so that could be quite a bit more gold in her pocket. It's an investment in her future.
Mutually beneficial.
Yes. Plus the fact that she just realized she had an extremely powerful house guest, and one that she probably wouldn't want to piss off.
So, DM, quick question before we start. Have we had a short rest in game?
Technically from the moment that you everything happened that we got on the ship, you had a long rest the night before, and then all the stuff that happened in the morning and going there, it was pretty much activity, so you haven't had one. Now by the time you get to the destination where the ship is going, there will have been time for a long rest.
Okay, I just needed to make sure.
Between there, somebody could take a short rest, but
right, just
yeah.
needed to make sure for my resource management dice actions.
Okay.
Gotcha. Thank you, sir.
I don't think you've been in a combat today.
Yeah, no, we hadn't, but I had it on D&D Beyond that I forgot we took a long rest in between the demon fight and all that. So Zandri was down almost all of her dice, her action surge, all that sort of fun stuff. So.
Oh, okay. All right. Yes.
Just double checking.
Well, we had not one, but 2 new players yesterday.
Nice.
In the game. So that's 3 new players in the last month that have joined that campaign. And for the first time, we have some young players.
Oh boy.
It's like, and they're like teenage players. So it's just like, we run. I try to run everything as like a PG-13 game anyway, so it's like I'm not worried about that. But the interesting thing is one of them is from just outside of Zurich, Switzerland.
Oh.
And the other one is from upstate New York. So.
Oh, accents everywhere.
Yeah, so we've got.
Hey, what's wrong with my accent? I'm from upstate New York.
You don't have a New York accent.
When Adamant thinks, or when Pete thinks of New York, he thinks of the city. He thinks that all New Yorkers have one accent.
Everybody does.
I know.
My family's from New England. Don't get me started.
You get the Boston accent.
Don't.
All right.
Come out, please don't.
Okay. Speaking of accents, I think we ought to have an accent on our game. Welcome, everybody. This is session 34 of the Walker of Waterdeep. And yes, I am looking at my sound levels, and the sound levels are going on to the stream. So that is very good.
No pebcax.
No pebcax this week, at least not from getting the stream going. I won't promise there won't be any pebcax for other shenanigans or nonsense that will happen. But last time, for those of you who were in a food coma during the session, last time we had a fight with a demon. A few demons, actually, at the house of Akiniafa, where Queothi, one of the other merchant princes, revealed that she had demonic body servants, and she had a dagger that had been a gift to her from the Githyanki. And when she used that dagger to summon aid, well, yes, a bunch of other demons showed up, but then the Master of Cruelties, that was the last one to show up, used or lived up to its namesake by taking its weapon and shoving it through the heart of the person who summoned it and killed her. And then they proceeded to fight the rest of the party. So it was a bloody scene there. The party prevailed. The next day, or that evening, based on all the trauma that had happened, Zandri had to go to the Temple of Sune, get a message off to Silkala by way of Adamant, and she received back a response which made her very happy. And then the next day they went to Queothi's residence. Adamant used his own spell slots to do sendings to Waterdeep, communicated some of the information they had discovered about the presence and movements of the Githyanki in Chult, got back a response. Actually, there was a couple of exchanges with Waterdeep. By the time those were over, realized that, oh, we're kind of on a short leash. We're about, we have just a few days before they are going to summon us back. And it sounds like the way they're going to summon us back is by having the Black Staff teleport there and basically say, all right, everybody in the taxi and go back.
5 more
So,
minutes.
hey, meter's running. So it sounds like they are kind of on an accelerated timetable. When they got that news, they verified from looking through records that Queothi had where the Githyanki were headed, what they were doing in Chult, and that it did in fact coincide with a mission that Barak Klanghammer has at Hrakhamar. So they decided they would travel with Barak Klanghammer in the Lord Dagold's gift over to Hrakhamar and assist with that, and also perhaps find more information about the Githyanki, depending on whether there's still any Githyanki presence there, or what they've left behind, or any of the other stuff that they might be able to discover.
Kill the dragon, kill the dragon, kill the
That-
dragon.
That is exactly what people are hoping to do. And the one set of loose ends that the party had some slight concern about from recent events is the fact that before they could actually deal with the incubus and succubus that were Queothi's body servants, they used their native abilities to gate a way to another plane, and boop, they disappeared. So they are out there somewhere and roaming free. How free, we don't know, but they are rogue agents on the board at this point that have not yet been accounted for. So we will see what, if anything, becomes of that. And I believe that recaps us. I believe that gets us up to the present time. We are sitting on board the airship, flying through the evening and the night. Is there anything that anybody in the party would like to do before night falls and before we go through the evening?
Zandri's doing her nightly prayer practice, trying to get it right and trying not to be bitter about it if she feels like she's doing it wrong. And she adds in a sort of a personal little remark. And if you can do anything particularly nasty to that succubus, please do. Yes, she's still bitter about it.
Oh, you get the sense that one of the things that you've learned through your study of Sune is that Sune has a church that's usually greatly misunderstood. Outsiders have a tendency to think of them as completely hedonistic and totally devoted just simply to whatever feels good or whatever looks good or whatever seems good in the moment. But as you've read more of the text and as you've understood more about it, you get the sense that there's a deeper meaning to it in this particular world. The Sune is rooted in beauty as expressed in love, and that's love in all of its forms. It's love of a parent for a child. It's love of a brother for a sister or a sister for a brother. It's love of one's comrades. It's love of one's work. And it's love between romantic partners for sure. And part of the basis of loving others is an ability to accept and love oneself. And so a lot of the very public face of things that the Temple of Sune does, such as having public baths and doing makeovers for people and whatnot, is all about helping people see the beauty in themselves so that they can feel more positive and more loving towards themselves. And that, in the theory of the church, will open them up to sharing more love with other people. And it's all about a combination of positive energy and genuine affection and appreciation and respect for other people. And the thing, there's several things that are completely abhorrent to Sune. Probably the worst is tyranny. Somebody forcing other people to do things against their will, but closely followed by that is deception, because really deception is a tool of tyranny in a lot of cases. It's a way that tyranny can get a foothold because, oh, well, I'm going to promise you this that really sounds great, but then as soon as you start to move towards that, you realize, oh, now you're trapped into something horrible. So, yes, that's a long way of saying that through her studies, Zandri has come to understand that a deception of the kind that was practiced just as the innate nature of creatures like the succubus and incubus is just antithetical to what the Church of Sune stands for. Not to mention they're horribly evil creatures, but just deceiving other people into making them think that they are something fair when in fact they are so innately foul at their core.
Yep. And using something that is, intrinsic to love in some cases for their own purposes too. So, yeah. Yep.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly. So we are on board the ship, and I am just going to take the opportunity here to give us a little bit of a sense of what happens. We know that the ship sailed out of port, and it was on the on the ocean until it got around this little headland here, out of the sight. And then all of the machinery started to take over, and it lifted off, and it flew probably just a few miles outside of Port Nyanzaru, so that most people couldn't see it in the air, and then pretty much just made where are we going? Where are we going? Where am I going? Where am I going?
Down
Yes,
here?
I'm going right there. Yep. There's several places on the map that all look similar. So, so yes, just flying right over the Aldani Basin. You probably pass over the Aldani Basin after dark, so you can hear a lot of the roars of the beasts and everything there. Let's
Quiet
see.
down. We're trying to sleep.
You
Not in character.
you do pass a couple of landmarks overnight. Probably before nightfall, you will pass by this area right here, which is the ruins of a camp, and that had been established at one point by one of the churches. And then there is Camp Vengeance, which has now grown after the death curse was dealt with. It has grown into almost a permanent town. It had been a military encampment, but now it's almost kind of a permanent town. You see where there are houses that have started to be built and land that's started to be cleared. This whole area had been just overrun with, teeming hordes of undead that were just moving through the jungle all the time. You also see where it looks like there's a village of a small village that looks rather primitive by comparison, that has grown up next to Camp Vengeance. And then that leads right into the Aldani Basin. And as the river widens out there, and you know that in the jungles they still have to deal with things like dinosaurs, and there's still all kinds of stuff going on out there. Now I think, yeah, it's going to be at dusk, so it's too bright for you guys to see it from the air. And then overnight you'll be coming down here, and so it's too dark for you to see these other things. But then the morning comes along, and you get into the next day, and as daylight comes, I presume everybody does their normal routines that they were doing on the ship on
Zandri
the way
skips
down.
her morning exercise. She just kind of sits and enjoys the flying. I think she's picked up a taste for it. Not necessarily on the ship, but
Okay.
Oyo
Then let
kind
me
of
just
dirty
go
looks
ahead.
at her while he's training.
what's that
Disapproval.
like for?
You know you should be training.
Well, we could have a fight ahead of us. I did my stretches earlier.
Okay, at least you did your stretches.
I'm just glad to be up here and feel the wind again. It's not the same, but it was fun flying around. I'd like to do it again sometime, but I don't dare ask.
Well, I hope that this is one of many great adventures we go on.
Yes, indeed. And she kind of gets a sparkle in her eyes. Should be one to tell at home.
Adventures are enjoyable, I'm discovering.
I don't think we've had any real adventures yet.
We should go. We should go to here.
So you guys are all talking, and you notice that Chandler Duran, he's up on the deck and he's doing his martial exercises with his training sword and he very much was quietly observing the parts of Oyo's meditations that he could see, because of course he doesn't get up nearly as early as Oyo. He is a military man, so he's up early, but he's not up that early. So, and he seems like, from everything everybody has been able to tell, he was sent as an observer, and it seems like he really is keenly interested in observing and learning. He will listen a lot of times to things that other people are saying, and he may not offer up much unless he's asked, but he's seems to, appreciate the value that everyone gets from their particular exercises and routines and meditations and whatnot. So it's something that maybe is foreign to him individually, but he understands the purpose and benefit of it as someone who has been serving in the military all of his adult life. And as the morning goes on and as the sun rises and you get about here, you notice kind of a glint, like kind of a metallic glint in the treetops a few miles away to the east. There's something over there, but you all can't quite tell what it is. And the ship continues on its way. And then as it gets closer to the spur of the mountain, it begins to angle out a little bit, and it starts to descend, and it will come down a couple of hexes away from Hrakhamar, maybe about 6 miles or so away from Hrakhamar, and it will touch down near the edge of the forest here, or the edge of the jungle. But it's after it's circled a couple of times, and the crew has been kind of looking over the edge to see if they see anything down below, and it seems like it's all clear. So they'll go ahead and they will bring it down to land, and then the captain comes up on the deck and has a conversation with Barak Clanghammer. And Barak Clanghammer says, "Captain, I think, as we discussed, it might not be safest for you to leave the ship here in the valley. Now, if I am correct, our Adamant, do I recall that you have the sending spell available to you?"
Yes, I do. I still have that available to me.
Wonderful. Well, Captain, I would feel better for the sake of you and your crew if you would perhaps take the ship over to Shilkol Bay and just perhaps lay anchor there in the bay. If and when we need you, we will send to you to notify you that we need to be picked up. I suspect, however, that knowing the Lady Silverhand, when she is ready for these heroes to return to Waterdeep, she will send for them herself. And I do not expect that I will require your assistance. But let us just wait until we know the disposition of Lady Silverhand before I completely release you. And the captain says,
Well, sir, it's been a very great honor to have you on board the ship, and wish you much success in your coming ventures.
and then she turns to the rest of you and she says,
And you all have been most helpful set of passengers. I'm not sure how well we would have fared against some of those attacks on the ship on the way down to Chult if it hadn't been for you. Thank you very much for flying with us. And we hope that your time aboard Lord Dagold's gift has been pleasant.
Apart from the bulkhead buzz, very pleasant. Will you be safe getting back?
Oh, I expect that we will. I think that if we need to, we can probably call in a couple of favors from the Temple of Gond here in Port Nyanzaro. We'll probably go back there first and spend some time there and talk to our fellow Gondites. And they may have a few ideas on some automated defense systems that we can install on the ship before we go back to Waterdeep.
Well, just watch out for that chimera. You know it's still out there.
Yes, we will. I think if we have to, we can probably have Lady Silverhand send us some soldiers to make the trip back with us. And I will try to make sure that my crew warns them ahead of time about the bulkhead buzz. And then you see a few of the gnomes kind of get sheepish grins and go a little red-faced. And so she kind of gives them a little bit of a look. And that seems to be kind of the end of her speech. She says, "Very well. Make sure you have brought everything with you before
Thank you,
you
Captain."
disembark."
and she gives you all a little salute. And she goes to give Barack Klanghammer a salute, and he just walks over and picks her up in his arms and gives her a big hug. And then sets her down, and they lower the ramp from the back of the ship, and everybody's able just to walk out the back down the ramp onto the ground. And then you all watch from the outside as that whole back end of the ship just raises back up, and then the arcane machinery seems to ramp up a little bit. It's a very quiet ship, but standing real close to it, you can hear sort of the buzz of it, and it just lifts off the ground, starts floating up into the air, and then just gradually rises and then turns and heads out towards the south to go over and disappears over the trees, heading towards Shilku Bay.
Well, that's that. Here we are.
Yes. here we are. Now, I suspect that we may see some of the Chultan dwarves. I will speak with them if we see them. And then he says, I hope we see them. Of course, with the Githyanki, who knows how far and wide they have scouted and what they have left behind and what they have taken for themselves or destroyed in their wake.
Zandri cracks her knuckles.
And so everybody begins to, I suppose everybody begins to walk towards the,
Yeah, head towards the mines.
head towards
Do we need to
Hrakhamar.
be sneaky? I don't know. How are we doing this? Do we need to sneak along there? Will the dragon see us?
Sneak around dragons anyway.
What Barack Klanghammer will tell you is that his choice is to go to Hrakhamar first, because that's more or less the city where, if you want to call it a city, it's more like a community. The forge and community where the dwarves lived and worked. The actual mine is some miles away and is connected by an ore car tunnel from Hrakhamar to the actual mine. And that tunnel goes, descends from Hrakhamar. And when that tunnel emerges, it's right down at the base of the mine. And so over that distance, which is about 30 or 40 miles, actually, over that distance, that ore car track and tunnel rises a little bit, getting closer to the surface at Hrakhamar. But Hrakhamar is inside the mountain and is an underground area as well. In fact, he probably would answer any questions about the layout or logistics or anything of the place if anybody had any questions for him while
What
you
do we
all are
do
traveling.
if we get there and the Gith are holding Hrakhamar in force? How do we get inside? Is there a secret way?
I believe that if we find a large force, while it pains me to say this, I believe that then our mission will become one of reconnaissance to gauge the strength and size of the Githyanki presence and be able to report that back to Lady Silverhand. I personally am not expecting them to have a large group of Githyanki here. The facilities at Hrakhamar are such that a very small number of people can operate the mines. And the Githyanki strike me as the type that once they feel like they have an area secured, they do not spend much energy at reinforcing it. They simply feel like they have subjugated and subdued the population, and they rule more by terror of what they could do than by actual shows of force once they have things under their control. So I'm hoping at least that we do not run into heavy resistance.
Okay, out of character. Do we need to do anything like marching order or Anything like that? If we've got a ways to hike, I mean,
You've got a couple of hours to hike to get to the mine. So, or a couple of miles to hike to get to Hrakhamar, I should say. So, it might be a good idea, depending on how you guys are going and what you want to do. Do you want to have some people scouting stealthily? Do you want to all just stick together and go in a clump? Or does everybody want to try to stealth their way along? Because different people will have varying degrees of success at that, obviously.
well, if we're going to be sneaky, I should hang back. I am not terribly good at it in my heavy armor. Thardram, what do you suggest? You know the mountains fairly well, if not these mountains, right?
I think, as Baruch says, it's not likely to be heavily armed. Because it was some months since the gift bought supplies again, so I would have stayed in here for ages, or they've moved on, I guess.
Marching up in
but-
broad daylight it is then.
But we could, I don't mind, me and Oyo could go forward first, or...
This is true.
I have 2 spell scrolls of Pass Without Trace, which will help cloakers as well. So we could go as a group stealthily.
I would prefer to stay together, but I don't want to give you 2 away. Go alone.
Yes, I'm not very quiet.
Uh,
I could be, but
I
it
think...
would hurt the party if I did that.
I think, Zandri, you've felt the effects of Pass Without Trace when Oyo did this one time.
I did, yes. It was fairly effective.
I can't remember if Adamant was there. It was a long time ago now.
I don't think
But-
he was.
But essentially, some shadows will help cloakers and muffle the sound even, so...
I'm willing to try, but I'm a walking suit of plate mail.
I have
try
2
it.
spell scrolls.
I would rather stay close to be able to help you if you need it, so I'm willing to try it.
Mhm. Yeah, and the Pass Without Trace has 2 advantages. Number 1, it does give everybody bonuses on their stealth checks. So just, even going along normally, you get a huge advantage to your stealth checks. And the second is that it literally does cover your tracks, so that if somebody is patrolling the area that you've been through, there won't be any obvious signs that you have passed that way. So it can be very helpful. So, on the off chance that there are some Githyanki around and doing the occasional patrols, they won't say, "Oh, hey, there's all these footprints. I see an elf, a drow, a dwarf, big half orc." They won't see that you all have been there. So.
Yeah, the Pass Without Trace, it lasts for about an hour, so we should do it when we're an hour away, I guess. How
Yeah.
close are we?
Well, 6 miles. If you're going at just a regular pace, that's probably going to be 2 hours. But I think movement in D&D is most often considered kind of a military hustle, so it's probably like an hour and a half to go the 6 miles.
Yeah, so we should-
Not counting any stops to, have to rest or
should-
have water or anything.
yeah, we should use it when we're a bit closer or if we see any signs. But I'd like to remind everyone of the Thardram law of stealth and object permanence, things existing. If you can't see them, they can't see you, because they don't exist.
I'm not entirely sure that's how it works.
We can believe that if you want to.
It's a very useful belief, I think. But
Well,
Yeah, I'd like to
Great.
take a look around to see if there is any kind of tracks as we go along, like
Okay.
of things.
We'll break this up. We'll call it 3 30-minute segments, basically, of you going along. And do you want to make checks more frequently than that, or do you want to make checks every?
I think sooner than 30 minutes would just bog everything down.
Yeah, 3 checks is
Okay. All right. So go ahead and make me a perception check, if you will, just to see if you notice anything. And that goes for anybody who wishes to make an active perception check. Those who wish to rely on their
I'll
passive
settle with,
perception.
I'll work with my passive.
Instead of an active check, could I maybe give Thardram advantage? Use the assist option? I mean, he's the expert in the mountains.
we're technically in.
I will.
Yeah,
I will ask you, Zandri. I'll ask you to give me a perception check, and if you get 10 or better, then yes, you can give him advantage. But if you botch it, then you're going to be a distraction to him.
Does 13 help?
13 will help. So
I'm I think we're good on passive perception. Just saying.
Okay. All right.
I only have a 25.
Okay, you got me beat a little bit.
Oh my god, I am never gonna sneak up on Oyo ever.
Very few things, very few beings will be able to do that unless it's something that just sort of gives them the magical. Nobody can detect me.
Well, that's from deep.
Because the
many
rules
years
say
of
so.
learning. That's from many years of training as a monk.
Yep. Okay, so
Can I ask, are we actually in mountain yet? Because I was.
you are no. For the first 30 minutes, you're kind of in this valley. Yeah, it's more of a gentle valley as you approach the mountains. It's not really a valley between mountain ranges at this point. So you're right about here where the R is when you for the first 30 minutes. We'll say.
And I would be specifically looking for tracks and things
Okay.
rather than.
Yeah, so
which
you're
would be
looking for
survival,
tracks.
not
Okay,
perception.
so go ahead and look for yes. And I'll go ahead and give you advantage on that survival.
Yeah.
14. Okay. You basically can see that there are animal tracks, and you have read several books on the fauna of Chult, and you see what are fairly obvious to you from reading, and probably are pretty obvious to everybody else, even if they haven't read, some large dinosaur tracks that crisscross this area as you're going. But you don't see any human tracks. However, both Oyohusa and Adamant, simply by virtue of looking around, you guys notice a couple of other things. You notice a large area where there are, just off towards the edge of the trees, it looks like the remains of an old bonfire that was really large, like maybe 30 feet across.
A bonfire that was 30 feet across?
Yes.
I'm sorry. Zandri doesn't notice this.
Yeah, Zandri doesn't notice, but those two guys do.
That
Whoever's chewing, please mute yourself because you're
I just
crackling.
handed it bag.
Okay.
It's holding it still right now. That's a lot of bonfire.
Huh? What?
Adamant will point over, and as soon as it's pointed out, everybody can see it.
Yeah. What were they burning? A Tyrannosaur carcass?
Well, you gonna keep walking, or do you want to go over check it out?
Yeah, I want to go check it out.
Yeah, Oyo walk over and check it out with Thardram, I'm imagining.
Okay. Well, I presume if you tell everybody, then
As everybody go.
yeah. Okay. So you head over there, and what you can see is it's clearly several months old, and it looks like there was a massive number, and you would estimate several hundred, if not 1,000 undead were burned here.
Ew.
You can see parts of skeletons that look like they are decades, if not more than decades old, and then parts of charred bone and things like that around, and the occasional tooth, and on the edges you might see like a dried up hunk of like zombie skin that no scavenger has come along and touched because that's undead.
Gross.
Nothing wants to eat that.
It looks like there was a fight, and I guess the gift won.
I think it was something else entirely. I believe that it was a cleansing of the surrounding area.
Well, let's hope it stayed cleansed.
Mm-hmm.
We'll find out soon enough.
Thardram, how far do you reckon we are from our destination?
I don't know. Those mountains are one of those weird things that deceive you. You think they're quite big, so they're not far away. Then you best off asking Baroque because he's the local expert.
I estimate we still have a little over an hour at our current rate to reach Hrakhamar. Perhaps, Thardram, if you are going to use that scroll, we should wait some time more.
Yeah. I'll use it when we're actually about 30 minutes away. And we've got 30 minutes of walking up and 30 minutes of going inside.
That sounds like a wise idea.
Okay, so you all keep going, and then in another 30 minutes, you can do another, perception for those that want to perceive, and survival for those that want to specifically look for tracks.
Can we do the same thing, trying to help Ash?
Yeah, and this time you'll want to do a survival if you want to help him. 10 or better if you want to give him advantage.
That's a 1 versus a 4. Me. It's 14
okay.
anyway.
Yeah. All right. So Ash, you have advantage on your survival.
I will also do a
not
survival
going
check.
Okay.
Oh boy.
How ironic is it that Zandri got the highest roll?
Yeah.
Okay.
You're actually like seriously looking around for tracks, and Thardram's just getting distracted by like, I read about this plant. I read about this plant. I read about this plant.
There's okay, Adamant, everybody else is really focused on looking for tracks. And I'm going to say, Adamant, you're the one that notices this because Oyo is trying to help the others look for tracks in the ground, and sort of focused on that. You notice what looks like a mound of earth that's a little newer than other surrounding piles, but it's started to have some grass, some weeds that have started to grow on it. But it looks like it's been there for a period of months as opposed to a period of years. And this, you find this when you get to about where the A is in Hrakhamar.
He kind of eyeballs it. He says, "That's new."
What's that do?
You point that out to everybody?
Yep.
Okay.
I suggest we don't go near it.
Yeah, let's move on.
It looks almost like a grave.
Zandri, if you were thinking it's a grave, then
Like a burial mound.
Yeah, like a burial mound. Several possibilities. It's either a burial mound for one person that was extremely important and therefore deserved a rather significant mound, or it's a burial mound for a really large creature that requires a really large mound to be buried in, or it's a burial mound for a lot of people or creatures of human or close to human size.
What if that's what happened to the mercenaries that the gift took?
I don't know.
Shouldn't we at least take a look?
No, I do not think so. We know the gifts were here several months ago, and that mound looks like it might be several months old. So I don't
Also,
think
this
if you
doesn't strike me as the greatest place to disturb the mound of the dead. They might wake up.
Point.
I think it's easy to assume that either the dwarves or something else was buried there.
And you see Barak, he kind of stands and he looks at it for a time, and he's listening to you, and he's kind of standing there looking at it. And then he turns slowly and he says, "Oyohusa, of course you are correct. However, when we find out what has happened, if we learn that this is the final resting place of some of the dwarves, I would propose that we come back and give them each a proper burial."
Is there a way we could consecrate it so that if they are dwarves, they can't be raised as undead?
He looks at Adamant and he says, "We have a cleric. He has holy water. There are rituals that can be done to help."
It would have to
Prevent.
wait until morning for me to take the spell, but I can take the ceremony.
And he nods, and he then looks back at Zandri and he says, "But for now, I think we should press on." And then he looks at Thardram and he says, "We are close. This might be a good time to use your scroll."
Okay, I'm gonna bring out the scroll. Get everyone to huddle round. Huddle, huddle, huddle.
Huddle up, gang.
Now, repeat after me. I promise not to get caught.
Oh,
And
Thardram, I can't promise that. I don't know.
I just say some words that are like, like reading from the scroll, just like pausing occasionally, like, and saying this weird arcanic language. Some
Ooh.
shadows appear. And it looks a lot like Oyo's, but a little bit less shadowy.
Yes,
There goes one.
as the last words of the spell are read off of the scroll, and the writing disappears, and you see the paper of the scroll become even a little more brittle in Thardram's hands. There's shadows do sort of gather around, but unlike sort of dark shadows that some could even find a little menacing, these feel like shadows that are sort of born out of the green hues of the trees and the grays of the rocks and the the natural elements around that just tend to sort of gather around, and it feels more like you're being cloaked in the shadows of the surroundings and not in shades of darkness, because of course now you're outside during the daytime and not trying to sneak through the city streets in the evening. So it definitely has a little bit of a different vibe, but it feels much the same. And you definitely, Oyohusa, from having used this spell before yourself, you definitely recognize it, and know that it's genuinely taken hold. So as you make the last segment of the move towards Hrakhamar, go ahead and give me one more either survival or perception check, if you wish, depending on what you want to look for.
Do we need to do stealth checks too?
If you all would like to, you have like a wait a minute. Is in this edition?
Plus choice is a plus 10.
Plus 10.
Yeah, plus 10 on your spell check. Yeah, if you wanna make sure that you're not gonna give yourselves away, then do a stealth check with a plus 10.
Oh my gosh, she actually got a good roll, even with disadvantage. So that's a 25 for Zandri.
Okay, excellent.
That's a 21 for Adamant.
Excellent.
Oyo disappears.
He's just gone.
Yeah. It's like you're looking right at him, you're about to say something to him, and it's, where did he go?
All I can picture is Adamant and Zandri comically tiptoeing.
All right, so I'm going to say that Zandri is focusing on being stealthy, so she's not going to be good enough to do like a survival, but she's on high alert for her surroundings, so I'll just do a perception.
Okay.
Oh my gosh!
She rolled a Christmas tree.
I rolled a nat 20.
Nice. Nice. Okay. Well,
I can see Oyo again. He's hiding behind Barack.
I can't see.
as
He still will be his stealth.
Well, a nat 20 succeeds automatically on everything, but I won't argue the point.
Not on skill checks.
Wait, do we play that
Okay.
rule? Because I don't know.
All right, let's not bog it down. We can talk about that later. 24. Nat 20, 24 total.
Okay, so I'm seeing some stealth checks. I'm seeing one perception check. Anybody doing any survival checks, or is it just simply looking out to see?
Are we now close enough in mountain for me to get natural?
Oh yes, you are. Yes, you are.
Okay, so I have a +3 from expertise now.
Okay.
So there's another +3 on top of whatever I do. So 18.
Okay. 18.
2 18s.
All right. Well, yes, what you notice as you get closer, you do see evidence of boot prints. And not sure how closely you guys studied the Githyanki or their corpses, but it's hard to tell. They're humanoid boot prints. It's hard to tell whether they're the right size. You also see some strange.
My natural explorer says that while tracking other creatures, you also learn their exact number, their sizes, how long ago they passed through the area.
Okay.
So
And
if
the
I see a boot,
signs.
print, I know what it is.
Okay.
We're in the mountains, right?
Yeah, you're right now probably where that K is of Hrakhamar, moving right towards the actual area itself. So what you're noticing, Ash, is you're noticing there's a mix of human and dwarf boot prints. And it looks like there's probably about the most recent passage here is probably within the last 2 days. And it looks like there was probably 8 dwarves and maybe 6 humans. But you also see footprints that are very unusual in the sand near them. And these footprints definitely don't look like they were wearing any footwear, but it looks like where they have stepped, the sand that they stepped on kind of almost fused together a little bit. Like there was, like the creature that made these footprints had an intense heat, definitely a heat much more intense than you get from being near Barak Klanghammer. So it's not that kind of just, warmer. It's like there's something that's hot enough to, almost melt sand on contact.
Are they belonging to a large or medium or?
Belong to a large creature, and it looks like there's probably 3 of those individuals. And it seems like they probably were made at the same time as the human and dwarf boot prints were. But what the relationship of these people are, you don't have any idea whether they were all going together or whether some of them were being led by others or what.
Okay, I'll relay this. There's about 14 in total medium-sized creatures, about 2 days old tracks, and 3, it seems, large creatures from some kind of weird hot creature.
2 days old.
You noticed that too, did you? Those footprints look strange.
The footprints are probably a mix of humans and dwarves. But these strange footprints must be a really, really hot creature.
Indeed.
And we know there's red dragons.
Could it be from the dragon that took over Hrakhamar?
No, I do not think this is dragon tracks.
Yeah. Maybe fire elementals?
And as you point this out, Barak Klanghammer will kneel down, and he will look, and he will put his hands on the sand there, and he will say, "No, these are far too small to be dragon tracks. Even a young red dragon would leave tracks much larger than this, and their feet would not burn unless they had walked directly through lava prior to setting their foot down on this. And there's no place around where that could happen. The forges are deep within Hrakhamar. It would not remain hot long enough to leave prints this far out.
So it would be safe to say that whatever they are some type of fire creature.
Yeah, this is probably a good time to mention the dwarves haven't been known to use fire elemental type things in their forge fires before. So it wouldn't be crazy to see fire-based creatures around.
Yes, yes.
Well,
Any idea of what could have made this, Brock? Do you know the inhabitants and species surrounding the area?
I know only rumors. Rumors that reached me in Waterdeep said that among the servants of the Red Dragon were a group of fire newts that worship Imix, the elemental deity of fire itself. Perhaps this is evidence of them.
What do you know of Farnoots?
They are impervious to fire attacks. They swim in molten lava with no more ill effect than I or a red dragon would suffer. They worship fire, and they are somewhat controllable, but they have an appetite for the flesh of humanoids.
What alignment are they associated with?
They are evil to the core. It is said that when she visits the elemental plane of fire, that fire newts are among the servants that Tiamat recruits to help as foot soldiers in her conquests there.
Well, I guess there will be no negotiations. Be on your guard, my friends.
And then Barak Clanghammer turns, and it's kind of like he speaks almost before he realizes what he's saying, but he turns and he stares straight at Oyohusa and he says, "I did not come here to negotiate."
I suggest we move on carefully, because these are a lot more recent than I was expecting. But the spell will wear off if we just stay here. So.
Right.
Yeah, and
That's
your Thardram, your reading of the tracks confirms that here there are no Githyanki footprints. So you're not seeing
I'm not sure I'd
actual Gith here.
actually be able to tell the difference between the
Yeah, the way I read that ability is you can tell what creatures they are.
It just
Basically.
it says size. So
Oh, okay. All right. Maybe.
Well,
I
yeah,
missed
if
that.
you want to
like-
tell me exactly what creatures there are, that's fine by me.
A dwarf's foot is going to be smaller and broader than a gith.
Yeah,
Yeah, and a human will be slightly longer than a dwarf and slightly
but
narrower.
I don't think I've
and-
ever seen a gift's footprint before. So
Yeah. All right. So it's time for us to visit the next map. And let's see, I need to go over here. Oh, where the heck is the... There it is. Okay. I am going to reveal some areas over here that would be seen. And then I'm going to put what order, if you guys are going in like basically a 5-foot tunnel, who's going to be going first in this merry gang?
I know Adamant would be near the front.
Okay. But would he be actually first in the first rank, or would somebody else be in front of him?
I'm not afraid to go first. I've got a ring of fire resistance. It might be better to have me up there to tank any hits, but I also don't know what I'm looking.
Okay.
in the mountain, I have now got
Yeah, that's-
expertise in.
That's why I said I'd be up near the front. I imagine Thardram would be in the front.
Okay.
I think Oyo would be up with Thardram, yeah.
Yeah, like good eyes.
Okay.
Adam might be best near the back in case something comes behind us.
Adamant or Zandri, because we're both
yeah.
both heavily armored.
Yep.
Okay, so Zandri, you want to be rear guard then if
Sure,
everybody else
yeah.
is vying for the front? Okay.
Protect.
Okay.
By the way, how
Alright.
dark is it in?
Well, as you reach the as Barak leads you over to the area where the tunnel is, you see that it's very much a built into the side of the wall. It's a tunnel that just built into the mountain, and clearly it's dwarven work, so it's very well made. But it maybe widens out to like 15 feet, but just very shortly as you go in, it becomes a worked hallway that's about 5 to 6 feet wide. So it's really comfortably wide enough for only one person to go at a time. You know, you could squeeze 2 people in there, but if you had to fight, that would be really, it would make it really difficult. For the purposes of a standard mapping type situation, we'd probably want to consider it. A single character at a time, and then you could kind of maneuver around during your turn if you had to get into combat. So
Guess Oyo would turn and talk to Brock and be like, where exactly are we going?
we are going to the forges of Hrakhamar to see what we can find. As we get close, we will learn the lay of the land. I will hang back. I will go with the group, but I will hang back until we know what we can find. Once we get in there, I can assume my true form. But going through the tunnels, I will need to remain in this form.
Sure thing, Barak. Stick with me. I'll protect you. clearly joking.
Do you know the way exactly?
Yes, I know it like the back of my hand. This is the only entrance from the surface to get directly to Hrakhamar. It was made as a very defensible fortress with only one way in and out. The fact that there are no guards posted tells me that my intuition about the Gith was probably correct. They do not expect any danger that they cannot handle. So they do not even bother to post guards.
Or it is a trap.
That is also possible.
Do we have a map or anything of this place, or did Hrakhamar like give us a crude map to go through here? Because I imagine like Oyo just kind of like wants to get in here and get out really, or as quick as possible.
He will give you kind of a brief diagram that tells you that after the entry stairs go down and you get inside, there's a series of worked caves that have some Orcar tracks on them, and then they eventually open out into a work area where the forge, the main forge area and the work area is open to lava below.
Okay, so we're thinking like kind of an Eberron and Lord of the Rings kind of situation where the forge.
A little bit like that, yeah. And so there's a number of smaller worked tunnels around the periphery, and then it opens up to a vast, large work area. And there's some living quarters and everything that are in there as well. And then slightly to the west of this, he will tell you, is where the tracks go that lead to the actual mine itself. So he says if everything is quiet here, it should be a matter of just going in and looking around, and then once you look around, you can begin to move off towards the mine. And there's possibly some exploration that would want to be done here, but that's up to you guys. How much time you want to spend here.
So we just make our way through all of this with no issues? No
Well, I mean, we haven't really moved yet.
Oh.
We're just...
How dark is it in these caves, by the way?
In the actual entry caves itself, it's going to be pretty dark. So those of you with dark vision will be able to see. But once you get into the area, most of it is lit. Most of the work area is lit by the glowing lava. That, the molten lava that's there. So there will be the ability to see once you get in there.
So Thardram should definitely go first because he's the only one that can see properly.
Well, that and Oyo as well, but
no,
Oyo will
Oyo's
say
got dim light and darkness. Elves can only see darkness as dim light, while dwarves can see darkness as bright light.
Well, that's a good point.
For a certain distance.
Yeah, but I can still see just fine.
Would you rather have the guy who sees like...
I'm going with you. You're going to be in front.
Yeah.
I'm going to be slightly behind you. Oyo would turn to Thardram. Well, now that we have this crude diagram, you should be leader. Lead us through quickly.
You just listen out for things. I'll focus on trying to navigate.
Adamant, are you going to have trouble seeing?
I can make light if I
Oh.
need to.
What about Galibar?
Gally and I have dark vision. Adamant, if you
I
need,
don't know much about orcs.
oh, he's fine. Yeah, Adamant, if you need to, you can put a hand on my shoulder or something.
Yeah. Let's make a chain going quite.
Adamant rests his hand on her head.
I said shoulder.
It's easier.
Remove your hand, metal man.
And he moves his hand to her shoulder.
Thank you.
All right. Okay. That is not going to go over here. That, and this is all right. Advanced. This.
And we go.
Yes, and away we shall go to this area. And Chandler is human, so he's at the very back.
You can rest a hand on my shoulder too, Chandler, but I have to warn you, if you try the head trick like Adamant did, you lose the hand.
He'll kind of look and he'll say to Adamant, he'll say, if it's all the same, I'll just rest a hand on your shoulder and follow behind you.
No skin off my back.
Correction, dwarves also have dim light vision. It's Dwergar that gets superior dark vision.
Yep.
In darkness. Okay. So it doesn't matter which one of us goes first.
Well, I gave you the map. You're a dwarf. You know dwarven architecture pretty well. So even if it's distant cousins, I'm sure.
These
Okay.
white dwarfs are a bit weird, man.
Yeah. Okay, so what you are probably seeing right now is a mostly dark map.
Nope. Can see a little tunnel.
You can see a little tunnel. So this is the tunnel. There are stairs. And then, oh, whoops, I need to open this up so you can see behind you. And then I'm just going to let you know that this is, in fact, the direction to the surface. All right.
Yeah, my old iPad's back.
Yes.
I like that one.
Yeah, it's nice, but it's not. Whatever.
Yeah.
Nitpicking.
Okay. Yeah, we get into a fight. I'll have to update the names and everything on here for you. Also, I have the lineup right. Thardram is first. Is that correct?
Looks okay to me.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going first.
Okay, and then we have Oyo is behind him, and everybody can see that. And then we have Galibar behind him, and everybody can see that. And then we have Zandri behind her. Everybody can see that. Adamant. Drink. And then Chandler. And then Brock. Okay. All right. So, as you get closer up here, Thardram, now you with your vision will be able to see. I'm going to open it one side at a time. You can see off that direction. You can see off this direction. You can see a bit down that way. You can tell that Okay, I'll just do this because you guys could see that. You can see that there's some of these little tunnels that go off to the side, such as here and over here and over here. But then there's obviously this track. And then, Thardram, you can see. Whoops. I got the wrong tool. You can see that there's clearly a very fiery orange glow this way. You're kind of not quite at a line of sight to see that yet, and then also over here, it's clearly a fiery orange glow. And the heat just assaults you at this point. Zandri, you have your ring of fire protection on.
It's the only reason she's wearing plate.
Yeah, and you don't feel like it would be too hot to wear without that ring, but you feel like it would be uncomfortably warm at this point. And then judging by the glow, if the glow is coming simply from molten rock, you believe that if you got out there and you didn't have that ring, it probably would start to get too hot to wear that, to the point where the metal of your armor might actually start burning your skin because of just the radiant heat of the lava.
Adamant, are you going to be okay going down there?
I'm well oiled.
Oil conducts heat.
Remember, machines work differently.
Yeah, no, I think we were talking about before, one of the things that as a Forge Cleric eventually gets is resistance and immunity at some point, but I'm not sure if he's gotten to that point yet.
Nope, level 6.
Okay. Yeah, everybody does have the potions of fire resistance. And let me just make a mark for your benefit to kind of give you all a notion. I'm going to put it on the map level after I make the mark. So if you guys, when you guys get to about here, to that place, and you get to about here, to that place, you go beyond that, those of you who are wearing metal and do not have fire resistance, you're going to start feeling pain from the metal that's on you. So, because of the proximity of molten lava. So that's just, and everybody does have those potions of fire resistance, so that would basically mitigate that.
I can consult Baruch's diagram. See if that's the general direction that we need to go.
Yeah, if you go out this direction, that's going to take you into the main forge area, and if you follow the tracks this direction, that's going to take you, that's another way kind of around the forge, but it also takes you to that tunnel that goes down to the mine.
Mm-hmm. And we want to go to the forge first.
Okay. All right.
If we're going to chug some potions, now is a good time, I feel. So I take out my potion and I chug it.
Okay.
Head forward.
All right.
Galibar doesn't need to chug one now because he's not wearing metal.
Okay.
He'll wait till later so he can get the most out of it.
Okay. Chandler, actually pulls out a potion and he downs it. He
Now-
apparently stocked up.
Thardram has this crude map, so keep that in mind that you would follow that.
Yeah, I'm going to follow the crude.
Do you
Yeah.
see any mine carts anywhere?
Not right here. You do not. Okay, let me go ahead and read some descriptions for you as we are getting over here. Sources to this, and then locations, and then okay. All right. Thardram, as you get about here, you can actually see the lava, or the magma, if you will, that Barack was talking about. So I'll go ahead and I'll open this up for your benefit. And actually, I guess everybody will eventually see this. So I'll just go ahead and... Oh, come on. Come on. What you are seeing here will be like about like this. It kind of disappears off that way. And then you see it kind of goes over here. And then you can see that this whole area just extends up this way as well. So,
Can you see
what?
down, this path too?
With your dark vision, what you can tell is your vision is obscured, and it's obscured by what looks like smoke or steam down in these caverns. So it's not a situation that you can't see, but it's like there's a something physically is obscuring your vision, like particles in the air or something like that. But you can see that there's this platform, and I'll describe the scene here for you. A cavern of molten magma bubbles and flames before you. The cavern walls are lined with metal gantries and cranes that support immense crucibles of scorched clay. Huge chains stretch across the cavern, apparently to shuttle multi-ton buckets of ore across the lava. The heat takes your breath away, brings water to your eyes, and bakes your skin. From where you stand, the only obvious way across the way across is via a narrow stone trestle built for rail cars. The sound of rhythmic hammering comes from somewhere beyond the magma rift.
Someone's using the forge.
What are these things?
These are cranes. And on the end of the crane is a large bucket that's maybe 3 feet across and about 7 or 8 feet tall, and it's made out of clay. And you feel like, kind of looking at it, it looks like they could use the chain to lower that into the magma. And then perhaps if anything were inside that bucket, it would be heated up to the point that it would melt.
So this place appears like it's still in use.
Oh well, that would be the sound that you're getting, and everybody make me a perception check. And the reason I'm asking is because this is a stone area and things are echoing around. So I'm going to need you to use your active perception to see if you can kind of localize which direction the sound is coming from, as opposed to just relying on your passive. Your passive will not be any good for that. Okay. Yeah. All right. Most people, looks like everybody except Galibar. You get the feeling that the sound of the hammers is coming from more or less in this direction. So it's like beyond that somewhere is where it sounds like those.
Should we go see who it is?
I think that's the direction of the forge anyway.
Yeah.
Upward and downward.
As Barak Clanghammer comes up here, he will actually, as you all get closer, he will come up towards the front, and he will stand on the tracks here, and he will point in this direction, and he will say that the forge is indeed over there. We can follow, or you all can follow the tracks and get over there. But just in case we meet some resistance, if you'll give me a moment, he says, and he takes another step forward, and then another step forward, and he kneels down, and he begins to get larger, and he begins to get larger, and he begins to transform. And he then very quickly assumes his form of Arnax. What? And he says, "Oh, yes, much better." And then it looks like he's about ready to basically take to the air and fly up, when using your same perception checks, several of you notice something. You all notice a figure rise up out of the lava.
Dragonfly.
And it is a, whoops, what happened? It's right here next to this crane. It pokes up, and it looks like it has a bunch of spikes on it. And as it rises up, the lava just sort of pours off of it. Clearly, it's not being bothered by the lava at all, because it looks like it's literally been swimming, or just sitting there submerged in the lava for some time. And it gives it looks at the dragon, and it starts to slowly lower itself back down.
right.
And Oranax turns and says, "So, the Githyanki have strange allies. Be careful, friends. There may be more of them." And we are going to take our break. And when we come back from break, we are going to get ourselves into a little bit of a combat.
Woohoo!
And
Ouch!
yes. So I am going to go ahead and mute myself. Let's see. It is.
7
It's
after.
yeah. Let's go ahead till 20 after. So 12
Right.
minutes,
Back
and
at
then
20.
we'll be back. Yep. All right. See you then. All right, everybody. Are
Hello?
we back?
Yep,
Okay.
back.
Good. All right. So, I would like to describe a bit for you. The creature that you see before you. It is a creature rising up. You can't really tell what color its actual skin is because it's coated in magma that is dripping off of just what appear to be all kinds of random spines that are growing all off of its vaguely humanoid body. It has a large, and by large I mean long tail that probably looks like it's about as long as or longer than the creature's legs are. It's got very long, spindly arms that end in very long-fingered hands that have vicious-looking claws on them. And it basically looks extremely evil. If you take a very, very close look at its face, the face, the way the eyes and the nose are arranged above the mouth, it looks vaguely bat-like. But this thing doesn't have any wings, or at least none that are apparent. But it kind of has that bit of a vibe. It doesn't seem to have any hair on it at all. And like I said, the color of it just appears to be kind of oozing lava is the color that you would say that this thing's hide has. But it definitely doesn't seem to be bothered by the fire at all. And it looks at you kind of menacingly. It looks at the dragon less menacingly. So, what would you all like to do? Oh, and Galibar, before you guys make any of your decisions, I need to go back and retcon something for you that I told you earlier. I'm going to say that you can see that because once you get out there, you'll be able to see back to it. But this area all here, this area here, you really can't really see much beyond this because it's so obscured that even with dark vision, your vision can't penetrate that. So it's like a roiling smoke or steam or something in there that is preventing you from being able to see that. So that's just for the benefit of anyone who is thinking of going that direction, just to know what the lay of the land is there. And I will, on the other hand, open this up because you do not see that in this direction.
Okay.
It is
but
clear this way.
Zandri takes her position as rear guard seriously, so she's not going to move forward, but I vote we kill this thing.
Thardram's meanwhile grumbling, "We promise not to get caught," and then he goes and turns into a dragon. Come on, guys.
Well, probably hearing the forge being active, that probably overcame any plans that Barack might have had of trying to be stealthy.
Well, this thing's seen us, and it probably has friends. I vote we squish it. I have a short bow.
Oh yeah, definitely squishy time.
That is my intent.
Okay. All right. So I guess the thing is everybody should go ahead and roll initiative if you haven't already. Adamant and Galibar, you're fine. And
My initiative just is not working with my token. Anyway, I
One-
rolled 514.
Another big reason as to why I didn't drink that potion. While I'm raging, I have resist fire anyway.
Oh, it would quarter your fire resistance damage.
I don't think resistance is stack.
Yeah, it's just resistance or immunity.
yeah. Double. Let me just double check that potion. I hate pausing the game for
lasts
things, but
an hour.
it's a good ruling to double
Usually
check.
potions last 1d8 hours.
Well, okay, let's not worry about that. Let's worry about the mechanics. Okay, let's one thing at a time. We don't need to deal with that right now. So potion of resistance. Okay, when you drink this potion, you gain resistance for 1 hour. Period. DM chooses a type or determines it randomly from the options below, and it does not say anything. And the reason I was checking, Chris, is because sometimes it does say, effects will say that if something else gives you resistance, this will give you further half. There's lots of abilities that rogues have and monks have and things like that that will do that. So I just was verifying that that's not the case, but you are correct that it's just either on or off and it doesn't stack. It doesn't look like.
Resistance is always either on or off.
Yeah.
The rogue things are just different abilities.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So, excellent. Well done. We will see. I need to roll for Chandler. And do that. He is going to have 14. Chandler gets a 14 point. What is it? 14.11. All right. The dragon. Whoops. It would help if I clicked his token. The dragon gets a 17, and he has a 17.14. All right. Adamant, what's your actual dex score?
11.
11. Galibar, what's yours? Okay. Whoever's eating, please mute your mic. Don't rely on it because it's annoying me. Okay, so 16. Oyo, what's your? It's a 17 or an 18?
Which?
Your dex, your actual dex score for Oyo.
It's 18.
Okay. And then Zandri, you're at 5.14. Yeah. Sorry, it doesn't like that, and maybe it's because it's embarrassed to show low initiative scores. I don't know, Zandri. It's
Maybe. she's holding the rear.
Yes. She's doing a great job with that. All right.
Yeah.
Oh, and then we are missing our super special guest star today. Add a turn for him. And he's not doing very well. And he's got a +3. So that's going to be. All right. So Descending order. The first thing that happened. Oh, Oyo, you're actually not first this time.
I know.
The biggest creature in the fight is first. And
The two biggest creatures in the fight.
Sycamore and X.
Yeah. And the dragon is going to tell you, say, my breath will not do any good against this thing, but you should watch out if I need to make wing attacks. The lava will be flying. And so it flies over here, just above the lava, kind of gets itself in position there, and it is going to make a full round of attacks with its bite and its claws. So it'll do one bite and then two claws. And 25, that'll hit. 17, that'll hit. 25, that'll hit. Okay, so 25 and 15 is 40. 11, that's 51 points of damage. With two claws and a bite. And not even having to unleash the breath weapon. And the enemy, whatever it is, does not look bloodied yet after that. But it sure took all three of those attacks.
Yeah.
Oh, Galibar. Here's the situation. You are up. Your enemy is out in molten lava. So I would like to ask you what ranged attacks you might like to make against this enemy that's in molten lava.
Well, I have. I never actually got. Did I get my? I think I got my javelins back. So I just have hand axes. I'm not gonna throw my Euclid away. So I'm going to move over here and chuck two hand axes at him.
Okay, you can ignore this crane because it's higher. It's not obstructing, so you just have a clear target. And let's just double check your distance. You're 20 feet there, so yeah, that should be fine.
I'm also raging.
Yep. So a 20 is going to hit, and it will deal. It normally deals 10 points of damage. Now, is this a magical hand axe you are throwing?
No, these are my only non-weapons.
Okay. All right. It hit it and it hurt it, but it didn't look like it hurt it as much as you thought it did. So it's apparently resisting damage from non-magical weapons.
And hopefully it comes out of the lava soon, because I think I have one non-magical Euclid, but I'd rather not throw them. So hopefully it hops out of the lava. And I will. How much movement did I use? I was here. I moved. I moved. I have right here.
Okay. I am going to, for your benefit, I am going to show you, since you're there, and I'll just give you like basically up to this curve. That track just continues, and the tunnel looks like it keeps going, but you can't see around that.
I'm just trying to get out of a spot where if he does a wing attack, it won't throw lava in my face. So
Yeah. Okay. Well, now Chandler is up. And Chandler is going to, whoops, let's see, where was he? So this is going to be 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, which I believe is all the further that he can move. And while he moves, he is loading his heavy crossbow. And he is going to shoot at the thing. And the shot. He's wearing plate armor and he is sweating profusely. He has drunk his potion of fire resistance, but clearly this is not something that he's comfortable with. And it took him his entire movement to get there, so he is basically stuck there at the moment. Adamant, you are up.
Well, thing is how this thing is over here in the lava. Adamant is going to just kind of step here and make sure my distance is good. Awesome. At this spot right here, clicked on the arrow, come on. This spot right here, he's going to summon his spiritual weapon.
Okay, all right. And we have, hold on, I've got it somewhere. We have your hammer. Oh, Shazbot, come on. There it is. We have your hammer. It's right there for you.
That's a 19 to hit with 7 force damage.
19 to hit, 7 force damage, and because it is a spell, it is considered a magical weapon, correct?
Yep.
It feels all of that. And with that strike from the hammer, it is now bloodied. And anything else?
Nope, that's it. Well, can he reach Chandler?
Yeah, I mean, you're 5 feet away from him. You can reach out and touch him if that's what you mean.
Can I haul him out of the away from the lava?
Well, remember, you had to use your movement. You moved, what, 25 feet?
Yep, but spiritual weapon is just a bonus action.
Yeah, you moved 25 feet. What's your movement total? 30 feet?
Yeah. I'm just
okay. No, you cannot. You cannot, because you would have to be standing on top of Thardram, and you can't end your turn there. So you cannot move him.
Okay.
Yeah. I know what you mean. If there were an open space, you could grab him and move back and pull him with you, but you physically can't move back into that space is the problem. All right, Oyo, you are up.
All right. Not much I can do. The guy's in lava, so he's just going to run up and shoot his short bow at it.
Okay. AC 14. An AC 14 is going to miss. The arrow lands in the... Okay, if AC 21, that's going to hit. And it will, again, it's a non-magical short bow, so it does half damage to it.
And I'm going to move back. And that's my turn.
Okay. All right. And then this creature looks up at the dragon It's kind of realizing that it doesn't have a whole lot of things it can do to that. Looks at the spiritual weapon. It's sort of annoyed with that. And then it looks at the delicious looking plate mail burrito standing on the railroad tracks. And it is going to just do like a pitcher winding up in baseball, and as it throws its hand out towards Chandler, a ball of flame will come hurling out of its hand, and it will do that twice. So it will make 2 hurl flame attacks. 1 will miss, 1 will hit for 9 points of damage. And where that flame hits, there's the plate mail. It just kind of briefly glows and then goes out. But Chandler's like, ah! He cries out from that. Oh, wait a minute. Sorry. He gets some back because he took only half damage from it, but it's still smarted. And then, see now, the thing can exist in lava, but it doesn't have a swim speed, so that means its speed is halved. So it goes nowhere fast. It's just gonna be like, okay, not sure I want to be here next to this dragon, but not sure I want to take a opportunity attack, so I'm going to do 5, 10. Yeah, just going to do 5, 10. Move over here. Try to get out of the way. Because clearly you all don't seem to be able to do much to it when it's sitting in the lava, so it's just going to use any advantage it can, which is not very much with a great big huge dragon standing around. Zandri, or I'm sorry, Thardram, you're up. What would you like to do?
Thardram doesn't really want to lose any of his throwing weapons, but he'll try and get across the bridge. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, and then he'll dash to here.
Okay.
And he's just shouting encouragement like, yeah, get him. You shoot that crossbow real good, Chandler.
No, he doesn't. He missed.
Zandri, you are up.
Okay, so DM, I have a question for you.
Yes.
Jumping, as I understand it, you cover a number of feet equal to your strength score, not your strength modifier, but your score, if you move at least 10 feet on foot towards your jump.
Towards your jump, yes.
Does that have to be in the same direction, or can you do a sharp right turn?
It has to be in the same direction.
Okay,
so
the next question that I have is, how far is it like from across this jump here?
Across. Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's take a look at that. From this is a trestle that you can stand on. So from the center of this square to the center of this square is 5 feet.
Okay, then I'm not worried at all. Zandri is going to go. My movement. 5, 10, 15, 20, and
Sorry, that was a misspell. I was trying to delete it from my inventory.
That's a
25 and 30. So she hops over, grabs onto the crane.
Let me ask you a question. What are you wearing?
Heavy armor.
Wearing heavy armor? Okay. I'm going to ask you, because you are trying to leap across a perilous. It's not a long jump, but it's a perilous jump. Wearing heavy armor. Just give me a strength athletics check. And your DC is very low.
How's
Okay.
19?
18 is wonderful. It's absolutely fantastic. Anything 2 or above is absolutely great for a jump that short. All right, so there you are.
All right, and she's going to consider the situation, pull out her short bow, and she's going to use a superiority dice to make a feinting attack on him, which I
Okay.
believe. Let me just double check that really quick.
Yeah,
Choosing
does that
feint.
require an ally?
No.
Okay.
I just wanted to make sure it didn't need a melee weapon. You can expend a die and use a bonus action on your turn to feint, choosing one creature within 5 feet. Okay.
Yeah.
Never mind then. That's going to be a menacing attack then, just to get the extra damage on there. Okay, so short bow. And does 20 hit him?
Oh, a 20 will hit.
Okay, so that is a normal weapon. So that's that and that. So 15 total, and he needs to make a wisdom save.
Okay, so now the 8 is, I'm going to do this in different stages. The 8 is normal damage, so he'll take half of that. The superiority die damage, it's the result of what? Is that considered?
Battle masters are fighters. They're mostly physical attackers, so I would say that that's just skill with being able to use weapons.
Okay, all right. So he takes another half damage. Then he has to take a wisdom save.
Where do you think you're going, imp?
And oh, how? That's insulting. Okay, he has an
It would have
18.
been if you want to really insult him, you could have called him a lemur.
Ooh.
I'm not
yeah.
sure Zandri knows what a lemur is.
Yeah.
So, okay, that's one wisdom save down, but Zandri has extra attack.
Okay.
So that's a natural 20.
Whoa. Okay, so just like normal, we double all the dice, calculate all the damage, and then he'll take half of whatever all the damage is. So,
all right, short bow is 1d6 plus 2 for her dex.
So it's 8, and then roll a 1d6.
All right, that's why does she have a 4 on there? That's just a 7. I don't know where that 4 came from. I need to look at my.
No. It's 8 and 4, so that's a total of 12. Or no, I'm sorry. If we're doing that, it's an 8 and 5. So that's 13. So
Okay.
minus half of that is minus 6. So he takes 6 more damage. Then are you using another die or not?
No.
Okay. All right.
We've got a whole dungeon to explore.
Okay. All right. Now, we have a bunch of people with some good perception, including our dear friend Adamant here. So at the end of the round, what Adamant notices is that, oh, yes, indeed, that guy's not alone. And then, sadly, no, I'm sorry, the dragon can see it, so he can alert people. He's really not alone. Okay, so we have 2 more enemies to add to the battlefield, or to the initiative count, and each of them will get their own initiative. Ooh, that guy gets 21. 21.11. And then this guy down here, he's going to get a 14.11. I did do that right, eh? Oh, no, I'm sorry, 17. I don't know why I thought 11. Oh, I know why I think 11. Never mind. Okay, so inside baseball, we reorder all of that. Oh, guess what? We have a new person at the top of the order. And that's going to be this guy up here. So this guy, he is going to see that there is a great gold dragon there. That's probably something that somebody will want to know about. So he is going to move there. He's going to clamber up, which will basically exhaust his movement because it's half speed to get up there. He doesn't have a climb speed, so he has to use the rest of his movement to get on top of the bridge, and he's kind of there. Oh, no, he's not going to do an attack, so now I can move 30 feet, 5, 10, 15, 20. Right.
Well, shit.
He goes off there.
I don't think that it's a secret we're here anymore.
Arnax is up. Arnax says, another one just ran towards the forge. We may have more company. And then he's going to attack the barbed devil in front of him. Those guys are, in fact, a little bit of fun. Oh, and now he's moved. Crap. Somebody remind me that as a dragon, I can take legendary actions. I missed a whole round of that last turn. Okay, so he's going to bite, he's going to claw, he's going to claw. And...
Oh no!
Well, that's one claw. That's another claw. That's the bite. Okay. Yeah, the claw is really the bad part of that. So the claw does
Swish.
2d6 plus 8. So 12 and 8 is 20 plus 20 plus 6, basically. Yeah. So 26 for that.
Plus 14 is 30. Plus 23 is 53.
Yeah, minus 14. And normally I would ask one of you, but this getting clawed to death by a dragon, you all suddenly realize, being witnesses to it, is not an incredibly pleasant way to die, because as Aranax just rakes his second claw across this thing, it literally catches on the Bone Devil's arm, rips the arm completely out of its socket, goes through the gut, pulls entrails out as it goes through, and there's like this moment where this thing tries to cry out, and then it just sort of falls as this black mass of ichor, and almost immediately gets vaporized when it hits the lava, and it is dead.
Zandri just sees that, and she was like, "Yeah!" like lifting her bow up.
Yeah. So it is now gone, and then Aranax says, "I'll get the next one."
That was a devil a good hit.
And he can use his regular flying speed of 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, 65, 70, 75, 80. He flies 80 feet per round and ends up there. And then he says, "Hi there, devil. Hi there, you handsome devil." And, oh, just in time for that guy to attack. And that devil. Okay. Hurl Flame is not going to do crap against this dragon. So he's just going to make 3 melee attacks. 1 with the tail and 2 with the claws. So let's see how well that does. That's 1 hit. That's a miss. And that's a miss. So, what's the resistances? Interesting. You learn something new every day when you play this game. Which is that the dragon takes all of that 5 damage from the hit that it took. And Galibar, it is your turn. The fight now appears to be in this other piece of lava over here.
Yeah, I'm going to moving.
Okay.
My 4 feet.
Okay. I'll go ahead and because of where you are moving, I will let you see, and it might as well just let you open up in this area so you can see kind of what's there.
Okay.
All right.
And I will. Could I punch myself in the face so I can keep my rage?
No.
Okay.
You're beyond first level, so you've got several rages. I would, basically
then I'm
knowing
going to. I'm probably gonna dash to get to about here.
Okay. All right. Full movement. Nothing that you can do at the end of
And
that.
since my rage is apparently ended, I'm just gonna rage again.
Okay. Okay. All right. I understand why you're doing it. You're doing it for as much for defensive reasons as anything. Okay. Fine. I can appreciate that. Chandler. All right, Mr. Chandler. He is like, I'm glad the dragon's on our side. 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And that's really all he can do. He can't do anything else. Adamant.
Well, this is a path right here, right?
No, it is not.
Okay.
That is a vertical wall going down to the lava.
Well, then Adamant is going to take his action and movement to go 60 feet. Hey. And then his weapon is going to go 2, 3, 20 feet.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Now, Oyohusa, you are up.
Yes, indeed.
Now, let me give you some delicious observations here for your monkish enjoyment, if you should choose to partake. This device here is a large overhead chain from which are suspended large buckets that contain ore. Now, that chain does go right over an open pit of lava, but you feel like with your ability to tap dance on high wires, it's probably a large enough surface that you could probably run across it. You would have to make a check, but it's probably not going to be, a check. You might have a shortcut that other characters don't have to get there. If you're willing to take a chance on rolling a nat one while you're trying to run over magma.
Sure. Let's do it.
Okay. You did drink your...
I didn't drink it. I can dash, though.
Right. But they still are going to have to make a check. So unless you go around. All right. So... All right. And you basically... Acrobatics check to get across here, yes. Okay. All right. Yeah, that's good enough to get across. You do realize that the metal of the chain is so hot that it's actually sweating. You're not sure if it's sweating moisture or whether it's partly molten metal, but it's kind of more slick than you thought. But you make it across, and you can jump down on the other side.
That's my turn.
That is your turn. Okay. So this is... I always need to put these on the GM layer so that they... All right, Thardram, you are up.
I'm just going to dash off people.
Okay. And Zandri. The fight just ran away from you.
Yeah, I have a question.
Yes.
Aranax is right here. The devil is here. He's within 80 feet of me, but Aranax is kind of big. Do I have a shot?
You'd have disadvantage on the shot.
Can I use a superiority dice that gives me advantage to negate that?
You can. And it'll just be a flat roll.
Okie dokie. Okay, gonna do that. Let me mark off a dice. And we'll go for it. That's a 23 to hit.
That's a hit.
And alright, so that's 8 piercing damage.
All right.
And we're gonna go ahead and take extra attack with no dice.
Okay.
16, even with disadvantage. Does that hit?
Yep, that'll hit.
Cool. Okay, so four piercing damage total, so 2 shots.
Yep.
And the fight's running away from me, so I'm gonna go ahead and use my movement to jump back over to the tracks. So that was what, an acrobatics check?
Yeah.
Okay. 17?
Yep, that'll do it.
Okie dokie, so hop. And so that's 5, 10, 15, 20, 25.
30.
And no, I'm gonna stay right here.
Yeah,
because
you shot. I don't think you're not.
Yeah,
able
no, I
to
can't.
Use
I can't dash. I'm just gonna take my 25 feet of movement and stay here, so I have a shot at it.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not worried. I'm pretty tough.
Okay. The next thing that happens is over here. All right. Something happens behind the scenes. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Ah, okay, good. 30. All right. Some spooky action is happening at a distance over there. And the dragon is now up. And the dragon looks. You all didn't remind me again. I forgot. He had his legendary actions he could use at the end of other turns. Okay, so he is going to claw bite. Since fire doesn't do enough. And you actually kind of, as he claws and bites into this thing, you get the feeling like he kind of enjoys just physically attacking this thing.
Hulk smash!
Wow. 3 attacks, 3 hits. 25 and 12 is 37. 37 and 14 is 51. 51. Oh, and because of the damage it took from the other attacks, it is now bloodied. And then this devil is going to turn, and it's going to see fresh meat. So it is going to hurl 2 balls of flame at the barbarian. So probably a good idea that you use that rage to do that. 2 attacks incoming. A 9 will probably be a miss. 22, will that hit? Chris?
Yeah, that hit.
Okay. 13 points. So if you've used your potion or if you're using your ability, then that would be halved, and you always round down, so half of that would be 6.
Okay.
So
it hits his chest and just fizzles.
yeah.
Steam just coming off his muscle.
Yeah. Okay. So now I'm not sure whether you're entirely reading your abilities correctly. Unless I am missing something. I'm looking only at your rage ability, so you can point me at something else if I need to look at that.
Totem of the Bear Totem of the Bear Barbarian.
Totem of the Bear.
Gets resistance
Totem
to
Spirit. You have
resistance to all damage except psychic. All damage except psychic. Okay, so that enhances your piercing, slashing, and bludgeoning.
Zandri calls across the lava.
Excellent.
Look at that, Gally!
Always do.
Okay, excellent. And Schindler. Okay, he's 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 20, 25, yeah. He's just going to get there. No, he'll stop there. He'll give Oyo some room to operate, and he will raise his heavy crossbow, which he's been reloading while he was running last round.
You skipped my turn.
Oh, did I? Okay, sorry.
I will pull out my non-magic Yukwa and faucets thing. So 15 hit.
15 is exactly what you need to hit.
Okay.
These things have a 15 armor class, so it will take 4 damage.
And I will seeing as the dragon probably has it's covered. I'll start making my way 25 feet of my movement to 20 feet to get here. there.
Okay. Very well. Since Galibar is the first person to go to this area and kind of really take a look at what's going on in here, I am going to use his movement as an excuse to sort of display what's going on in here.
The dragon has legendary action.
Okay. Thank you for reminding me. At the end...
I'm not ending my turn. I was just waiting for you to feel it. Then I could move. I'm guessing these are fire salamanders or something like that. I don't know what they are.
Okay. Well, worry about what you're doing first before you worry about what they are.
Well, I see these things. Are they on a lower thing than I am?
Yes, they are.
Okay. Would I be able to, while I'm up here, would I be able to hit them with my greatsword or?
Let me double check how low that is. I can't remember whether it's 10 feet down or 5 feet down. Yeah, hammering sound grows louder, but it's not coming from the chamber ahead. This enormous rectangular chamber is working smelter. A rectangular pit in the center of the room is filled with molten iron. 6 devices of dwarven design and make arranged around the pit siphon off the liquid. Smaller pool in the southeast corner holds what appears to be molten silver. Creatures that look like a mix of humanoid amphibians and elemental fire are tending the machine. So far, they haven't noticed you. Well, when you run in now, they will notice you. Central pit contains... It doesn't say... I'm just going to say it's 5 feet down. So if you wanted to actually jump down there, you probably wouldn't take any damage, but you would then quickly be surrounded by things that pretty obviously don't have any problem being in molten lava.
Since it's only 5 feet down, would I be able to hit them with my greatsword by not going down there?
It would be awkward, but yeah, you can.
Okay, then
kind of awkward.
Actually,
be like trying to use your sword like a golf club is basically what it would be.
Yeah, I'm gonna jump down there.
Okay.
And then use my second attack to hit.
Okay. Oh, yeah. That is a hit, and it does not have.
And Galibar says, "There's more enemies in here."
Yeah. Okay. And Chandler will look and go, "Shit." And so you do have. You did hit it. You did hurt it. It looks like it took all of that damage, and I remember it's a magic sword, so it will take it. It obviously does take it all. I'm missing a little opening that you will be able to see now that you're here. You can see that. I also want to just verify that you can tell that there is a door there. You can see that there's a door there, but you can't see beyond it, obviously. All right. And now, through the magic of television, I am going to put at the end of this round, I'm going to put those guys. So when we get to the zeros, I'll add their actual initiatives. Chandler. All right. He runs over here. He hears you saying there are enemies. He looks towards the Barbed Devil. He looks towards those, say, those guys look like they're easier to hit. So he'll take a step up, and he will fire his heavy crossbow at the same one that he is a fan of focused fire, trying to help take down enemies quickly. And AC 12. I don't think that's gonna do it. That does not do it. Oh, you can see that these things are wearing Galibar. They are wearing chainmail that looks like it's made of molten metal. It's really strange. And they have an incredibly hot body heat, like they are kind of elemental fire. So you want to be careful maybe about grappling any of them, is all I will say. So that was a miss, and Adamant, you are up.
All right.
Galibar could be the first ever person to grab one around the waist and slim. They can slim.
The dragon has legendary actions.
All right, he's gonna move there.
Okay.
He is gonna go ahead and dismiss the spiritual weapon because at this point it's probably not gonna catch up.
Okay. Boop.
And he is going to use his main action to cast a spell.
Okay.
He is going to cast this spell upon his right fist.
Elemental weapon. Ooh.
And it's going to be cold.
Ooh. Now that's a touch attack.
It's actually a weapon attack.
Okay. And does that hang around? Does that hang around for a certain period of time?
I meant to do,
okay.
I meant to click on display.
Okay, that's fine. Excellent.
So now his fist is a +1 weapon. It is 1d4 extra cold damage.
Well, that's just gonna make those guys really happy with you, I'm sure, when you get up to them. And the dragon, as we all have been reminded, has legendary actions. Okay. Yeah, Oyohusa, you're pretty much in a safe space, but he's going to be careful of that. Anyway, he is going to make a tail attack against this guy in front of him with a legendary action. 17 does 13 damage to it. This great big tail just whips right over Oyohusa's head and smacks this thing. Whack! Kind of stuns it. And that's at the end of Adamant's round, and Oyohusa, you are now up.
Are there any chains connected to these cranes?
Well, the mechanism is here at the base, and it's one of these like super gear reduction mechanisms. So you get the feeling that it would take like 30 seconds to lower the clay vessel down there. So there's not really any way you could do that. Now, if you have your bow, you could keep plunking it with arrows.
No, thanks. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to use my action to drink that fire resist potion and nonchalant walk towards the rest of the party.
Okay.
I'm going to let Mr. Hrakhamar over here deal with that guy. That's my turn.
Okay. Third. At the end of Oyohusa's turn, the dragon
has a legendary action.
Yes, he can take 3, so he's going to go ahead and use 1 action to make another tail attack for another 18 points of damage. Wham! Just hammers that thing again with his tail. And Thardram, you are up.
Ash.
Ash, are you still with us? He's with us. Okay. Yeah, it's your turn. It's your turn, Ash.
Yeah. I'm just gonna dash again. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Okay. Yeah. These guys that you see, they probably easily could have made those fused sand footprints that you had seen outside. They might be responsible for that.
The dragon has legendary actions.
Okay, at the end of Thardrum's turn, he's going to make another tail attack. His 3rd and final legendary action for the round. Ooh, for 21 points of damage. Okay. And his tail attack smacks the head of this barbed devil clean off. And the body just sort of dissolves into ichor, which very quickly boils away. And the head turns into like this flying ball of ichor, which kind of evaporates before it hits the surface of the lava. And it is an ex-devil. Well, it's actually still a devil, but not on this plane anymore. Yeah. Got sent back whence it came. All right, Zandri, you are up.
Yeah, okay. No longer a need to stay where she can get a shot, so let's dash. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60. And that's all I'm gonna do.
Okay. Then the next thing that happens. Wait a minute. Oh.
He's the little sucker who ran off like a chicken.
Yeah. But this didn't populate on the thing the way I thought it was. I thought that all the zeros would go at the end, but they did not. So I now need to, well, I might as well go ahead and add these guys too. So, wait, what did he say? Did he say add these guys too? Yes, he did, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, so, 2 more tabs. And these are fudge. These are these guys. So even when you have everything all set up on the map, finding stuff in fights takes a while. Going to go to this, and we also Okay, so we get 2 of these added. So 19 and 7. They get +2. Hmm. 15 and then 7.15. And then this guy, whoops, this guy has a +3. Oh, 9. So that's 9, 16. And then I'm just going to go ahead and do 8. No, I'm not. I'm going to do 1. They're all going to go on the same turn. So, 13.13. So these guys will all go 13.13. All right, and then we will put this all back in order. And the very first thing that happens is this door bursts open. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Your buddy comes out, and I'm just gonna open this up so that you guys can see what all else is lurking in there.
Jesus
You
fucking
ready?
hell.
Okay, and this thing surveys the battlefield, and it looks and it sees its valuable slaves under attack. So it's going to hurl 2 balls of fire at the guy what's down there hacking at its fire newts. And so we'll see. You get fighter ball for you and the fighter ball for you. Will a 19 or a 20 hit?
Me?
You.
Yes. Sorry, Galibar.
Both hit.
Okay, so that's 6 from the first one and 4 from the second one, because they're both half damage with your thing. All right, and then the very next thing that happens is that this lovely creature comes into view. And what might you ask is this? This is a creature that looks vaguely humanoid, and it is dressed like some kind of demonic guard. But the thing that's very disturbing about it is while it has a head like a humanoid, in the space where you would expect to find eyes, a nose, and a mouth, it is just blank flesh. This thing does not have a face. It's a faceless enemy, and yet it looks at you with a kind of malevolence. and it pulls up a heavy crossbow. And it makes a okay, these guys, they get to make one ranged attack only. Oh, Galibar. Yeah. 23, and its attacks are attacks.
So
Doesn't say
minus
it's
1 day.
Yeah, it doesn't say its attacks are considered magical attacks, so it's just a normal crossbow. So yeah, 1 damage. And then we have our friendly dragon. Oh, and guess what? Our friendly dragon. Ooh.
Will he even
Okay.
fit in here?
Adamant and Chandler,
Yes.
Adamant and Chandler are now getting to understand what is bad about an angry dragon.
Oh no.
Because you all have an angry dragon behind you that would need to squeeze to get through that opening if nobody were in the way. And yet the two of you have the temerity to be standing in the way. Move! It yells.
You hear very loud honking right behind.
Yeah. Yeah, there is a
Or next
I mean-
uses frightful presence.
Adam is
no, he's not going to do that because then that would take them out of the fight. But
Adam's head turns around. Now, Barack, there's a line. You're gonna have to wait your turn.
okay, this whole cavern has shaken with the roar of this dragon. If there was anything at all in here that did not know that you were here, okay, it all knows that you're here now because of this.
Crap.
And it's a very pissed off dragon. It looks at everything in front of it. Clearly, its breath weapon is not going to do any good, and it's got 3 allies that kind of would be maybe in the way if it tried to do that. So it's just got to sit there and wait. Galibar,
Okay.
you have an
I
annoyed
will-
dragon ally. What would you like to do?
I will look at this puny lizard in front of me and swing twice with my greatsword.
Okay, please do so. Before you swing the second time, 16 will be a hit. So please, let's resolve your. Let's remember to resolve one attack before you just simply blindly make another attack. So 16 is exactly what you need to hit. And with 19 points of damage, tell me how you'd like to kill this creature.
Decapitate.
Okay, so 19. Now, I'm going to do this to you kind of as a way of let's learn a lesson from this. You can take your move, but I'm going to make you roll your second attack again because
Okay.
what you thought you were swinging at isn't there anymore. Yeah,
wow.
okay, so-
Okay.
Yeah. So, just please, guys, if you have multiple attacks and you're not sure how tough your enemies are, don't just presume to make all your attacks before you know what happens with the first ones. All right. Attack, move, second attack. Chandler is like, finally, I can go attack something. He tosses his crossbow down on the tracks and moves 5, 10, 15, 20. Yeah, he's gonna be kind of dumb. Scramble up on this forge-looking thing. 25. And he's just going to unleash 2 greatsword attacks. So let's see what happens with the first one. That's a miss. And then... Oh, that's also a miss.
Get it together, soldier.
5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Yeah, and it's really hot, so he jumps back down. It's like, oh, okay, even with that potion of fire resistance standing right on top of that forge thing, that's not a good idea. Fire Newt Warrior 1. Okay, well, he's just going to... Ooh, 2 attacks with the scimitar. All right. 5, 10, 15, 20. Makes 2 scimitar attacks against... Oops. Two misses. This thing will actually not move. It will turn. It will... And it will spit lava at Chandler. And he has to make a DC 11 saving throw. So what's his saving throw going to be? Oh, yeah, he dodges out of the way of that. Is it half damage? Yep. So it's 2d8. 9. Okay, so he takes 4. All right. Yeah, Chandler is like tanking the room for you guys. He seems to be drawing everybody's attention. This thing just clambers over 5, 10, 15, 20, and will come and will attack. You know what? He'll attack Thardram because Thardram's right there. And he'll make 2 scimitar attacks. 5.
You out, no.
Miss. God, 13 is probably not going to hit you, is it, Thardram?
No.
Okay. And then this guy. 5, 10, 15, 20. Yeah, he's just going to stand up on there and he's going to spit at... okay, so DC 11. Save. Oh, just what he needed. So he takes 2 points of damage instead of 4. Then 5, 10, 15, 20. 2 scimitar attacks. Miss. Miss.
These guys can't hit shit.
He's going to move over here. He's actually standing in the lava, which doesn't seem to be bothering him at all. And he's going to attack Galibar. 18 and 8. Does an 18 hit you, Galibar?
Chris.
Yes. Sorry, I keep forgetting I'm muted.
Yeah. So if an 18 hits you, you take 2 damage. And then the last one will also attack Galibar twice. Miss. Okay, yeah. These guys are very, very... They did not do very well at Scimitar School. They failed a lot of their lessons there. So, Adamant, you may go.
Oh, well, all these guys surging forward onto Chidler. Can I change this my initial plan? Pardon me, Oyo. So Adamant is going to clock this guy.
Okay.
That is going to be Iron Fist, which is actually going to be a +7 to hit. There's currently a +1. So that's 6 damage plus 1.
Okay, you gotta swing first.
Yeah, I did.
It didn't show up.
I rolled an 18 to hit.
Oh, okay, there you go. Now it's showing
It's
up.
actually a 19 plus the 6 damage plus and 1 cold.
Okay, so total of 6 damage. So yeah, it takes all of that. And it doesn't seem particularly vulnerable to the cold, but anything else?
No, got any duct tape?
No. Oyohusa, you are up.
Okay, let's get to work. Let's see. Last round, he put it on his bow. He's gonna pull out his moon sword. Go to town.
Okay. Yep. $10, that's gonna miss. That will hit for 8 points of damage. Okay. Neither one of those 2 guys you hit are bloodied yet. Anything else?
Sure, might as well make this guy do a con save.
Okay. He's going to try to make a con save. What is he trying to... Is an 18 going to do it for him?
Yep, he's fine. I'm just bonus attack hit him.
Okay. That will hit now. Okay. Despite the fact that these are creatures of elemental fire, actually striking them, I thought it would cause damage, but it doesn't. So you deal 9 points of damage to it because it doesn't have any kind of resistances, except total immunity to fire damage, of course, and it is bloodied.
That's my turn.
All right. So the next thing that happens is another demonic creature walks out. And this demonic creature appears to have large bat wings, a head that's kind of somewhere between a dragon's head and a goat's head, has horns coming off of its head that evoke the look of a black dragon, kind of down along its head and coming to points below its jaw. And this creature, how fast does it move? Oh, it can fly. All right. So it. Oh. Okay. So 60 feet in 15 radius sphere. All right. This creature looks out over the battlefield, surveys what's going on, and it decides that it might be of use to its friends. So, so it is going to basically I need a measuring stick. Yeah, that's good. Oh, fudge. I hate that it does this. Every time you change away from this tool, it resets to the default colors. I don't like that. Boom. Magical darkness just suddenly descends upon that area.
Are you shitting me?
I am not kidding you.
Oof. That is why I said one of these monsters scares me. I have fought these things a lot.
Yes. And basically, what you can see on the screen is what your character can see, unless you have a way of seeing through magical darkness.
Oh.
And then and it's going to go ahead and it's going to continue its movement, which only Galibar can see. And then this thing will come out. And does it have, oh yes it does. Okay. But there is a tempting target right there. So it's going to raise its...
I would like to point out,
Go
sorry
ahead.
to bother you, but magical darkness is a spell that you cast, I'm assuming?
It's actually an ability that this creature has.
Okay, but it still is darkness, right?
Come on, let's go. Yes.
Okay, well, my moon sword will negate 15 feet of it around me.
R20 doesn't make it very easy to illustrate that, but
okay, and then moon sword. I want to make sure that we rule this absolutely the correct way, because there's something about this ability that I need to cross-check with the moon sword's ability.
A creature with dark vision can't see through this darkness, and non-magical light can't illuminate it.
Correct. What's exactly the name? Is it Moon Touched Sword?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
it sheds daylight in a...
It's just moonlight.
Or it sheds moonlight.
Yeah, but it's still light.
Dim light for another. Oh, this counts as a magic weapon, so it's really good. It did. It's moonlight creating bright light in the vent. Okay. Yeah. Now, here's the quandary. Yes, it's a magical item, And in its description, it just said it sheds moonlight. It doesn't say it sheds magical moonlight.
Okay.
So,
I mean, if
and
it's-
this particular creature has an ability that says, while the spell persists. Or no, wait a minute. Oh gosh.
May I make a
Go ahead.
suggestion
Sure.
now?
Sure.
Would you rule that the spell, for example, Dancing Lights, is magical light if it's produced?
Absolutely, it is.
Okay. The description for Dancing Lights doesn't say anything about magical lights.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
the-
Neither does
Okay.
the spell.
It's
neither
from a
does the spell
magical item.
Daylight.
It's
The way I've always understood darkness is you can't negate it without a daylight.
no, that's not what it says.
The spell daylight.
you can cast light at a higher level as well. I don't know what light's
Yeah.
cantrip. You can't.
Well, the light that is produced from the sword is a magical item, thus it is a magical light source.
Yeah, I mean, if it's not the actual moon, then it's definitely not natural moonlight, right?
Right.
No way it can be non-magical moonlight.
Okay.
I mean, I have something that I can do on my turn. I mean,
Yeah.
it's not the end of the world. But
Okay. It says, and here's the interesting thing, and here's what's giving me a quandary. In the actual darkness description of the actual darkness spell itself, it says, if any of this spell's area overlaps with an area of light created by a spell of second level or lower, the spell that created the light is dispelled. So actually, I'm going to say Dancing Lights, what level is that spell?
Oh, Dancing Lights
It's
is
a
a cantrip.
cantrip.
Then Dancing Lights will not work.
Well, I'm not saying that I want to use Dancing Lights. I got something else.
Yeah. And then the question is, with a common magic item, would we want to say that has basically the magic imbued in that is that imbued with the power of a spell of second level or lower?
Well, Moonbeam is a second level spell, so I
Okay,
would say that
so
It's essentially it has the radius of a light spell.
yeah, but it's moonlight instead of light, which is daylight. So yeah, I'm gonna say that because of the way the darkness spell is worded, that the darkness actually engulfs the
enough.
the moon touch sword.
I'm glad we
Okay.
got that settled.
I'm sorry for that
Little ticklish. but-
convoluted, but yeah, and it's probably worth double checking and seeing if there's any rulings. I was looking and on none of those spells it doesn't mention anything about the interaction of that with a moon touch sword though. So I would be curious if somebody wants to investigate that during the week and see if there's a ruling somewhere. All right. So that's all he does. And then right after that, Galibar, this other guy comes out that's a buddy of the first one, and he also takes a shot at you with a crossbow. And he's going to miss. So these guys can't hit for the broadside of a barn. Thardram, you are up. The world has gone black.
I'm just going to assume, because, object permanence doesn't exist if you can't see things. We're going to have to throw that theory out the window.
Oh, Thardram.
And remember that the two salamanders, one's diagonally to the left and one's diagonally to the right.
Okay.
And I'm going to hit the one on the left with my halberd.
So I'm going to
Decision, yeah.
impose disadvantage on your attack because you are in darkness. Unless
But I'm not seen by the other thing, which would give me advantage, which therefore negates the disadvantage.
Okay. Well, okay. No,
that's exactly
that's
how it works. Please. Just-
I'm gonna call bullshit.
yeah.
this
that's-
is exactly
that's
the
kind of a
ruling.
bullshit.
Please, it's not the. This is exactly. It's been clarified a million times. The
Okay,
only thing
hang
is,
on.
I would have to guess where it is, but I know where it is, right?
How do you know where it is?
I'm just
you
assuming
saw it a
it's
few
still
minutes. Okay.
where it was.
Yeah, and that's a presumption. That's not actual knowledge. So, because you don't
Yes,
know
but
where it
this
is, it's disadvantaged.
No. But
Yes.
No, the advantage and disadvantage thing is completely separate. Please. The only thing that Player's Handbook book is you have to guess what space they're in.
Could we just like go with what the DM says and argue it during the week?
What's going on?
Okay.
So, tell me what feature are you basing this on, Thardram?
This is literally in the Player's Handbook. About the rules for
don't.
unseen attackers. As whatever, we'll just move on and I'll do something different. But yeah.
What ability are you using?
Yeah, what
I'm just
ability are
making
you
an
basing?
attack.
Okay, but you're claiming that you don't suffer disadvantage because of some feature. What's the feature you're
No,
claiming
I'm
you
saying
don't?
that also, if you are an unseen attacker, you get advantage. And they can't see you either.
Okay.
That's
Then
how it gets negated.
okay. See, you're attacking a fire newt.
Yes.
You're attacking a fire
I'm
newt. Fire
assuming-
newts cannot see through the. Okay, that's what you
I'm
were
assuming
not
there's one
explaining. Yeah, that's what I wasn't understanding
And then I'm going
you to be explaining. Okay, so yes, the attack and the advantage and disadvantage cancel each other out. So just make a regular attack. It's worth everybody. It's worth getting it right, even if it takes a little bit. And just remember that you probably know your character's abilities better, and you may have to explain them in a way that actually makes sense. So
as the rule is also called unseen attacker. And they actually said that. But.
Okay, just attack.
So the left one, a 17, if it's still there, which I assume.
Okay.
it is.
That is a hit.
Uh-huh.
For 10 points of damage.
Nice.
You hear it. You hear something go crunch, squish, but it feels like it's still there.
Yeah,
So,
I can't really tell if it's still alive or not, so I'll do the right one as well. So, on the right, a 13?
yeah, that's gonna miss.
Ah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll just stay here in my magical darkness.
Okay. All right. Because because these creatures can't see through darkness, they are going to not be able to see you either. Zandri, you are up.
Okay, so Aranax came running up straight in front of me and shouted, "Move!" So she's gonna squeeze past him very, very carefully. Excuse me, and come face to face with darkness. She's seen this before. She's seen Oyo do magical darkness, so she's going to take a look at it and she's going to cast Dispel Magic
Oh,
at 3rd level.
very good. So
Get this
now,
shit out of my way.
go ahead and you know what? You've gained another level now. So, yeah. You cast the darkness, and it is, or you cast the dispel magic, and it simply goes, boop. Hey, everybody can see again.
That's what I thought. And then she'll just continue on her way. Thank you, Oranax. So that was 5. Oops. That's the chat box. 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And she's going to make some short bow attacks. And let's see. This guy over here.
Okay.
Was it you that put that down there? So that's a 14 to hit.
This guy way up here.
Yeah, the winged guy.
Yeah. The winged guy up there. 14 is not gonna hit.
And a second one, and that one's gonna miss. Right.
And that will miss. Yep.
Okay. That's Andrew's turn.
Okay. Now, you can tell that this guy is not terribly happy. This devil here, he is just going to hurl. He's going to hurl 2 balls of flame at his favorite whipping boy, the barbarian. You know, it would be nice if they were smart enough to realize that barbarians get resistance on this attack, but he's not that smart. So let's do hurl flame. Let's do hurl flame. This. Oh, that'll hit. But it's 3 points of damage to you, Chris.
Yeah.
So. And he's going to 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Just kind of get into a different position over here. This guy is going to move over here next to this one. And he is going to spend this round reloading his crossbow. And Oranax, the dragon, will now squeeze through, leap into the air, and fly over here. And he is going to go Genzu on this guy. So, right, blah, blah. All right. Ooh. Ooh. Crit with a bite attack. Okay, so 11 and 14 is 25. Right? So 25. And then so 28 plus what's 9 and 6? 9 and 6 is 15. 28 and 15 is
43.
43. Okay. Gosh. Yeah, in one round, this thing just falls. And it's Oranax just looks around angrily after that. And we're going to put him on the GM layer. Galibar, you are up.
Yeah. I don't find these newts to be a threat anymore. So I'll take the opportunity attacks. I don't care. I'll use my high jump of 8 feet to jump back up here.
Okay. And yeah, they will each get 1 attack because
Yeah.
it's a reaction. And that's
Miss.
a miss. And the other one. Okay,
hits.
yeah, but it's only 2 points of damage to you.
Yeah.
And you can only take that attack once from each one. So
I will.
actually, you know what? If you would prefer to move here, I will actually let you add those 2 points back because and as long as you're still in this guy's threat range, he won't get an opportunity attack on you. So yeah, you can be there, do that. So add those 2 points back. My bad.
And I will hit this guy I will hit this Barb Devil with a great sword attack.
Oh yeah, that'll hit into magic weapon. So
And I assume that attack.
oh yeah, he's still up. And 11, yeah.
It's minimum damage. But still.
Yeah. Hey, 2 solid whacks. Okay, Chandler is like, oh gosh. Well, 2 of them are close to death, so he will make a attack against this guy. Great sword attack there. Oh yeah, minus 15. So that guy's down. And then he'll turn around and he'll make an attack against that guy. Oh, and that will do that. He gets that guy off the board. It's 14. Okay, and boom. Okay, so those 2 guys will both go to the GM layer. All right, and then, well, there's that one guy that's up next to Galibar. He's going to make 2 attacks. 16, I don't think that'll hit.
Nope.
And 17, that doesn't hit either, does it? You have an 18
It
or?
does.
Oh,
I
it
have
does.
17.
17. Then 3 points of damage. The rest of these guys will all move over here, and then this guy will climb up here. So 2 more attacks incoming for Galibar. Like he said, not really much of a threat. Yeah, 1 point of damage. 3 points of damage, a total of 4. And then 3 of them will attack Chandler. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ooh, that's a hit. That's not a hit.
We each got a potion of greater healing, right?
Each of the
Zandri
PCs
gave
did.
Yeah, Zandri gave you one like ages ago.
I mean, like we got them from Connor.
Oh yeah.
Ooh. Okay. So he's going to take a little bit of damage there. He's got, yeah. That's going to be 10, 12, 14, and he'll take half of that. All right. And that's all of them. Adamant, you're up.
Okie dokie. Well, He's gonna take a look at this situation, kind of. They've got this in hand, and then he is going to accept attacks of opportunity, as he is going to go up here and give Galibar a helping hand.
Okay, you will only take one attack of opportunity, and it will very, very likely miss you. I think it can only hit you on a nat 20, actually. So yeah, it misses.
Okay, and he is going to take a swing at this salamander's noggin. And he's going to roll a 26 to hit.
Oh yeah, that's gonna hit. Deal us some premium damage here.
Yeah, I'll try. There's your premium damage.
Okay, 8 total of 8, but he takes all of it.
Clang.
Okay. Oyohusa, you are up.
I am indeed. Swing on this guy in front of me.
Oh, actually, before you do, Dragon remembers he has
Legendary.
Yeah, so he's gonna tail attack. Oh, yeah, that hits.
So close to being.
Yeah, and now you may go. I'm sorry. Oh yeah. Yeah, 10 will not hit. 12 will not hit.
Not my day. Bonus action melee.
Oh, oh, okay. So 10 plus 4, you actually deal 14 damage to it.
And that's my turn.
And it is bloodied from that hit. Okay. All right. This guy. Oh, shit. Oh, shit. Shit. Okay. Well, there's a thing with these faceless bodyguard things, that if it has an ally with a CR 6 or higher, it gets to make 3 halberd attacks, but they themselves are only are not quite CR 6, so it can only make 2 halberd attacks, which it will attempt to do against the dragon. And it'll actually hit both times. So it deals 12 points of damage. Nope, doesn't do anything other than damage. All right. Thardram, you're up.
So the one on the left isn't bloodied yet. But the one on the right is.
Correct. This guy is not yet bloodied. This guy is bloodied.
So I'm gonna halberd the guy on the right.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Yeah, how would you like to kill him?
I'm just gonna kind of uppercut him and leave a big gash in his chest.
Okay. All kinds of what looks like lava ooze comes out of him, and then he just collapses into pieces on the floor.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
And then I'm gonna, because you can see this guy now, bonus action, Planar Warrior, the guy on the left.
Ooh, okay.
And then I'm gonna halberd that guy.
That 16 is exactly what you need.
Oof. 15 from that, and a D8 from Planar Warrior. 17 force damage.
Yeah, 17 force damage. Oh, nice. All right. Okay. That will bloody him in one shot. And did you want to move at all or just stay there?
I'm gonna stay there.
Okay. All right. Zandri, you are up.
Okay, I was gonna go after these newts here, but looks like they've got that well in hand. And I remember how tough the spiny-looking things were, so Xandri's gonna drop her bow. Just make a little note there.
Okay.
And she's gonna pull out her longsword and go 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. And she's gonna go out on this guy with her longsword. So attack number 1 is gonna do a menacing attack.
Okay.
So that's a 22 to hit.
22 will hit.
And boop for the superiority die, and boop for the longsword. That's 7 points of damage and a wisdom save.
Okay. How wise do these guys feel today?
Hey there, Gally.
Hey.
Not very wise at all. So he, what is the one that yeah, okay. Ah!
And then Xandri's just gonna grin at him and hit him again. That's a 22.
That'll hit.
That's 11 points of damage, and she's going to action surge and hit him 2 more times.
Okay.
So number 1 is a crit.
Ooh.
So let's see. That's 1d8 for the longsword plus strength, which is 4. So that's 1d8. So 12 plus the roll, which is 4. So I rolled a 4. So 12, 16.
Yep.
And
16. Now is that no? Actually, it's 17 because the +1 from the sword is applied to the damage. So
okay.
it's 7.
So 17, and then one more time, 14 to hit.
14, I believe, is going to miss, but let me just.
She's gonna burn a superiority dice on that one. So her last one, so menacing attack again. So,
okay, I said that to miss. That's a miss.
Yep. Sorry.
No, that's all right.
Brain catching up with tongue.
Okay. But you have bloodied it.
Mm-hmm.
And it is afraid. It's very afraid.
Lovely to finally meet you. Wham, wham, wham.
Yeah. Okay. Now, here's the curious thing. The curious thing is it has to run away from you. And I like to rule these as running away in a straight line, which doesn't mean running around you. So...
One coming your way or an axe?
Yeah.
And he's got legendary actions.
The best place for it to run is, it's got legendary action. It also has a reaction for a, so it's just simply, it's going to try to run as far as it can. And Arnax is going to bite at it on the way by. So I'm going to move him over here and see what happens on this bite.
Do we get opportunity attacks?
Oh, yeah, you would get an opportunity attack as soon as he runs away. So you take your opportunity attack as well.
Andrew's going to take hers too.
Yeah.
She's going to miss, but Galibar definitely hit.
Yeah. 2 hits, 21, 17. So Galibar did 17 to begin with. Then the dragon does another 21. It's still up. Whoops.
Did it take full damage from Galibar's and my hits? Because we both had magic weapons.
Oh, yeah, it did. It
Okay.
did. Yeah, it took full damage. All right. So it's just
Flee, worm.
gonna flee through there, and then try to get out of here the next time it can do anything. All right. Yeah, this guy is. Where is? Did I put? Oh, okay. All right, I did. So this guy is gonna attack with his halberd. 2 of them. 2. Dang. That's 1 hit. All right. And the dragon. Oh, the dragon didn't like getting hit that way. So the dragon's going to go ahead and we'll do claw. That's a hit, minus 16. Wait. Then another claw. Where are you? Yep, minus 14. Yep, well, he's still going to be up. And then a bite. 16. Is that going to hit? Oh, exactly what he needs. 16. So yeah. And that guy is dissolved into a puddle of vigor. Okay. And the dragon doesn't even have to move. Galibar, you are up. This forge has a fairly high room or a high roof, so if you're thinking of this in 3D, you could actually run underneath the dragon and attack this guy if you wanted to, if you can get that far. But you're right next to 2 enemies, so I don't know whether you just want to focus on these guys or not. Okay, run towards dragon. All right. Then as you leave that area, now you will take 2 opportunity attacks. Oh, so 1, that's going to be a total of 6 and 1 is 7. So that's a total of 3 damage to you from 1 attack. And the other opportunity attack is a miss. All right. So that's all that happens there. Chandler is up. And, Galibar, do you have an attack when you get there? Or okay. 24 will hit. 13 points of damage. Okay. 17, that will hit for 20 points of damage. And this one is bloodied. Just say done if you're done.
Done.
Okay, all right. Chandler is going to attack the wounded one. Okay. And his first attack is going to be a miss. Second attack is going to be a miss. Dad, bless it. He's like looking at his sword. It's letting him down. Okay. 2 guys are going to attack Chandler. They're just very frustrated at this point. 17 and 18. One hit, one miss. Okay, so that's going to be -2. And then the other guy attacks. 2 misses. All right. And then this guy will hop up here. And 2 attacks at Adamant and 2 attacks at Zandri. These guys don't.
Welcome to try.
Yeah, these guys don't learn that. Oh, hey, Adamant, you got hit, and only because it's a nat 20. That's the only way he could hit you. His total is 7 and 4 is 11, so you only take 6 from that.
Only take 6?
Yeah, because it's fire-based damage. Did you
No,
use
I
the
haven't done
potion?
anything.
Okay, so then you take the full. Yeah, 7 and 4 is 11.
Oh,
So you
wait.
take.
I clicked on heal instead of damage.
Okay.
Try that again. There we go.
Take the full 11, and then the second attack is a miss with a 22.
And
and
just kind of looks at him blankly, like, really?
Yeah.
You hit me?
and then Zandri, 2 of them coming in at you. 16, that's probably a miss.
Oh, you poor things.
22, did that hit?
22 will actually hit. Yeah.
Okay. And it's basically their weapons are kind of fire weapons. So if you have that fire resistance, you're only going to take half damage from it.
So 3 points of damage. Okay. So
Yep.
she ducks under the first one, catches the other one like on the shoulder or something, and she just looks dead eye at this guy. You are fucking dead.
And it doesn't seem to understand the words you're saying, but the meaning is pretty clear. Adamant, you are up.
Yeah. Adam is gonna look this guy and look him in the eye, and he is just gonna, clock him again.
Okay. Yeah. Oh.
I am not gonna clock him again.
Okay. Yeah. Not with an 8. Anything else?
Well, that was a fumble, but no, nothing else.
Okay. Oyo. You've got a really badly hurt guy right here, one that hasn't been hit yet up here, and then these 2 over here. Okay, how would you like to kill that one?
I'll just stab him real quick and move on.
Okay, sounds good. Oh, that'll hit. -8. Okay. Not quite bloodied. Do you want to take your bonus attack or?
I did. I missed. That's my turn.
Oh, okay. All right. This last guy here. He's in a bad pickle, but now he's got somebody slightly easier to hit, so he's gonna turn. And I said slightly, and he's gonna make 2 halberd attacks against Galibar. Yeah, choice between an AC 19 and AC 17. That's not very, still not very good odds for him. Miss. Oh,
Ow.
but that is a crit.
Everyone's piling on Galley.
It's not a magical attack, but it's 14 and 6, or yeah, 14 and 6, so it's 20 points of damage halved. You'll only take 10. Because if you guys remember,
Yeah.
yeah. First die is full damage, and that's really. He kind of looks back behind him towards that barbed devil, but nothing has frightened him. So he is not going to run. He's just, okay, well, this was a nice visit to the material world. And Thardram, you are up. Didn't quite go as the bosses planned.
I'll just step here and give him a swing at my halberd. I'm also going to play no warrior this guy.
Okay.
The funny thing is, when devils fail and die, they get demoted.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes, they do.
First attack.
Ooh, yeah. That's a big hit. 15. Yeah, you don't even have to add the planar warrior. How would you like to kill this guy?
Is he a little bit lower, or is he? I don't really get how that machine works.
He's kind of standing on the. Yeah, he's kind of actually on your level, because that's a big machine that is built up from a floor 5 feet below. So he's kind of standing on the ledge of it. It's radiating heat because it's actually working with. It's got a built-in bellows, and it's working with molten magma. So it's extremely hot, but it's obviously not bothering him.
Yeah, I'm gonna chop off, like, clean sweep through both legs, and he's gonna fall into that gap.
Okay, he falls down, he dies, and we're gonna move him to the other layer. Excellent. Did you want to move, sir? Okay.
That's all I've got left. So.
Zandri, get.
This little shit, huh? I've got what?
Legendary actions.
Oh, that's right.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay. Tail attack on this guy. Come on, let's see if we can finish this guy off.
Man, if we ever fight a dragon, we're going to have it easy.
16. Okay, so, yeah. He just
Maybe we'll
knocks
remind
him
him
into
enough
the...
to remember it when we ever fight a dragon.
Well, it's like I just keep thinking, okay, all you guys are on this turn, and it's a complicated battle, but anyway. Devil.
Excuse me.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, go back. Go ahead.
Yeah, this
Take
little
your turn.
salamander here has some medicine coming.
Yeah.
Why is it not doing it? Come on. It is not clicking. It's not sending my attack over. Apologies if a bunch of longsword attacks come in a big hit here. Hang on a second. Ugh. Why is it doing this?
Okay. Well, what's your attack bonus?
It's a +1 longsword. Proficiency is.
But just look on your character sheet. What does your character sheet tell you your attack bonus is?
Oh, I was clicking inventory. Duh. Why? All right, 22 to hit.
Okay.
Shush.
That's it for 6 points of regular damage
Yep.
with the magic weapon.
And then a 23 to hit with 13 points.
Okay, he's bloodied. He's not quite dead, but he's bloodied.
That's not how you swing a sword. This is how you swing a sword. Whap. And if you ever try to hit me with such horrible attacks again.
Okay. The dragon is going to what will he do?
Breath attack through the door?
Breath attack doesn't do anything against these guys because they all have immunity to fire damage. he is going to land. He's going to land, and he's going to resume a familiar shape. That basically takes his action. And he's just going to go give chase to this guy. So that's all he can do, really.
It's like if the cat chases the mouse into the hole by turning into a mouse.
Yeah. Galibar.
I'm going
Actually,
to run.
he'll get out of the way.
I'll run past him to get here.
Okay.
Does that kill?
Oh, that kills. How would you like to kill it?
It's a spine devil. Oh, no, it's a barbed devil.
Yeah.
I can make a joke. A barbed devil. I will, since technically great swords in real life were they were stabbing weapon and not slashing, but he'll thrust the great sword through the chest or through the back, and so it's just chest and just slice up.
Ooh, okay. All right. So that is a... Okay, yes, that thing dissolves into a pool of ichor and on the ground. And Chandler, okay, he has nobody around him. So he's gonna 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And he's gonna try to attack this guy here. Miss.
Chandler, pull it together, man.
Finally he hits. Bloody's the guy, but that's all he can do. And then, all right. Yeah, Zandri. He hasn't learned his lesson.
Big surprise. That's a miss, and she's gonna use riposte on him.
Okay.
I fucking told you. Dang it.
Yeah, unfortunately.
Let me just double check if it adds to the hit. Nope, damage roll on the hit. Darn it.
Okay. All right. And then the other one is just going to attack the newcomer. Beating on that metal machine doesn't seem to be doing any good, so twink, twink. And trying to hit Chandler doesn't do any good either. So that's all they can do. Adamant, would you like to finish this guy off?
I would like to attempt to, yes.
Okay.
Yay!
That's exactly what you need.
There's a
10
good hit.
damage. How do you kill him?
He just pretty much knocks his block off.
Okay.
The punch freezes it and sends it flying.
Okay. All right.
Zandri, I do believe we need to train a bit more.
Uh,
And then he's going to step forward to this one.
okay. Do you have a second attack?
I do not know.
Okay. Oyohusa.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what you want to do. I've even kind of lost track where Oyohusa went. Ah, there we go. All right.
I swing.
Oh, and how would you like to kill this guy?
I just slice him across his neck area, and that's it.
Okay. And he falls, and the area nearly goes quiet. However, I am going to allow you a little bit of an insight onto something that happens here that normally you all would not see. Okay. Basically, from this area here, there's the sound of a lot of scrabbling feet and a bunch more of these things that you were just fighting come running out of here, running up here. Clearly they heard the dragon, and this is kind of going on during your fight and everything.
Where is this happening? I don't see any of it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, they're not on the board, but I'm just doing this for theater of the mind. They basically come out of these rooms here, come over here, then they go up here, then they go running down here, and they just do kind of like one of the old Hollywood special movies where they just sort of like each of them dives off different sides of the bridge into the lava, and they just like swim away because
hell no.
Yeah.
Fuck this shit, I'm out.
Yeah, because their slave masters have been slain, and between hearing that dragon and watching what you did to their fellows, it's like nope.
I don't know what
Hey,
the fuck just
DM?
happened, but I don't
Not
give a
today,
fuck.
Lathander. Yes, go ahead.
Are these sets of plate mail next?
We will go through that. So just a moment.
Is it over? Is Andrew kind of just wiping her brow off?
Don't see
Actually-
anybody else.
Actually, yes. The rest of the fire newts fleeing, it appears as though this area has been cleared out. And let me just make sure that
In that
all
case,
of
she's gonna
the-
pick her short bow back up.
yeah, all the little vestiges of thing over here. Okay, yeah, that's all I need to undo.
So we are out of combat.
You are out of combat. And Barack Klanghammer will kind of walk through and survey. And there is a moment as he walks over here where you hear him. It's a dwarven-sized yell of rage, but you hear him yell in rage when he gets over here.
Adamant will go and follow him.
Okay.
Oh boy.
So,
We're gonna see the dragon.
basically, he goes into one of these rooms here where it has been turned into a larder, and you see corpses of half-eaten corpses of a number of humans and a number of dwarves that these fire newts were obviously feeding on. And there's probably a total of about 20 corpses in there. And then a pile of bones in one corner. Otherwise, to let you know what all are in these rooms, Galibar, where you are, you should not pay attention to what you see on the map there because that space used to be storage for the dwarves, but when the devils moved in, they turned it into an office. So they've moved all of that stuff to a different storage area. But among the items that you do find, it's in one of those other areas down where, down near where Barak is. There's 6 each of battle axes, great axes, mauls, morning stars, war picks, war hammers, and heavy crossbows, plus 200 crossbow bolts and 4 suits of dwarven plate mail armor. So it's dwarven plate mail made for dwarves, and it's not magical. So
There wasn't. They made.
Pardon?
There wasn't any plate mail that they made to fit the Gith Yankee.
No. Not here.
Okay. I was wondering because maybe Zandri could get some plate mail. But
Well, I mean, I have plate mail.
Oh, you
Adamant
do?
plate. Yeah.
oh,
The other thing that you notice is you notice in these areas, and I'm going to point them out to you. You notice here, this big vat is molten metal. And it looks kind of like silver, but anyone with any kind of smithing ability can tell you it's actually molten mithril. And then you see this pool here is a quenching pool. This pool here is actually molten adamantine. And then these 2 tiny pools over here are molten pools of other extremely rare metals.
Adamant, if you could see an expression, he would just have hearts in his eyes right now.
Yeah, it's like this is kind of like a Forge Master's dream come true.
Gally, did you say that this this area here is an office?
It's an office, yeah.
It's an
Can
office,
I look
yeah.
through the papers?
Yeah, you can look through the files and everything that are in there.
Okay.
Okay. Let me go back over here for these metals for a moment. These 2 metals that you find are I have to go back up here and remember what I called them. Okay. All right.
what are all the weapons you said were here?
I'll put it in the session notes. Don't worry about it for right now.
Okay.
Well, I mean, point of interest. This is basically Barak's house. Are we gonna loot Barak's house?
No, I was gonna say we should probably leave this stuff for when the dwarves come back.
Yeah. I mean, they're the people we're trying to help. We don't want to take their stuff, do we?
I think we just found the dwarves are.
Barak is very much alive.
We know there's dwarves still alive.
Yeah, you met some of the dwarves in Port Nyanzaru.
Yeah, we know there's still some alive. That's why we're here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Helping them and Barak and finding information on the Gith if we can.
I agree. This is kind of grim. We could take
Uh,
Just lost half
to
my
those
weapon,
guys
so I
in
just
mines.
placed it.
Okay, so the two small pools over there, one of them is a pool of molten Yogrolium, and the other one is a pool of molten Casbalt. And you guys heard some things about those in Port Nyanzaru.
Those are the ones that really have Adamant's attention.
Refresh
Yes.
my memory. What properties do they give?
They help
Any-
with enchanting.
Yes, you can roll history to see if you remember more precisely what you were told.
History or smithing?
For you, it would be history because these are metals you've never worked with before.
Well, I did talk to the dude at the mining place.
Yeah. But still, it's history because you're remembering what you were told. Okay.
I'm gonna roll one too.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, yes. With a 15 and a 17, you both recall that Yogrelium by itself is, when it's a solid, it's an unstable solid metal that will oxidize rapidly and loses its effectiveness quickly as an arcane conduit. However, skilled smiths can alloy Yogrolium with other metals to help direct and concentrate the flow of arcane energies in attunement with a specific desired focus. For instance, when you apply it one way, it may channel fire, arcane fire energy, and when you apply it another way, it may channel arcane radiant or cold energy. And Casbalt is a metal that is extremely hard, but it's very brittle. However, Casbalt can be alloyed with other metals to increase their hardness. So, for instance, an armor plate that's made out of gold, alloyed with Casbalt, would become harder than an armor plate of equal thickness made from adamantine. But obviously, gold, because it's so heavy, is impractical to use as armor. But you can imagine some kind of super rich, super strong thing just wanting to show off. And
Adamant is
What?
just
Now, what would happen if you mix those two together
you're supposed
into
to.
an alloy?
you could make an alloy of those two with a third metal, and they would confer those properties onto that third metal.
Okay, do you guys say all this stuff out loud? You guys-
He's talked about these before, because remember, he told everybody about them when he came back from the mining place. But
Okay,
knowing Galibar, he probably wouldn't reiterate right now.
no, I was asking if you would mention what these are out loud, because so Galibar would ask for something out of it, but
It's not mine to craft.
And Barack Klanghammer says, "Thank you, my friends. It seems that the Githyanki have been in league with fiendish allies. Zandri, what have you found?"
And she's kind of humming softly under her breath as she's looking through the papers.
Okay.
What did she find?
What languages do you read? Do you
Zandri
speak?
speaks Common, Elvish, and Undercommon.
Okay. You find what appear to be, because of the way they are formatted, what appear to be dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens of contracts, but they are all written in languages that you do not read.
Contracts? I don't know these letters. She kind of holds it out for Oyo.
Oyo knows Abyssal. That's about the extent of his exotic nature.
Okay. Abyssal it's a dialect of that language. So you can basically get the gist of what it is. These are contracts essentially contracts on slaves, on human slaves, and on dwarf slaves. They also are contracts for the fire newt slaves, and they stipulate with the Githyanki what percentage of the slaves' souls the devils are able to torment, and what percentage of the slaves are to be used as food for the fire newts, and what the conditions are under which a slave may be found in violation of their duties and be punished. And the punishments are very creative. They range from being killed by the devils, to being killed by eaten alive by the fire newts, to being killed by being slowly lowered into the boiling magma, depending on the nature of the offenses and the number of times that someone has repeated an offense. So it's like, and everything is meticulously itemized. And there's also all kinds of records about every ounce of ore that has been refined, and where it was shipped and when it was shipped and what it's being used for.
What it's being used for?
Yes, but that all gets into some kind of esoteric. So I'm going to say that to understand a lot of the details, because there's a lot of technical terms that someone would probably have to spend a spell slot and use something like read languages to really comprehend the whole thing.
So is Oyo explaining what he's reading?
Oyo spent some time going through it, and then he delivers basically what he was able to decipher.
Yeah. Bunch of
Zandri,
contracts, terms of what they can do.
gray.
Yeah. Yeah.
And she just kind of sinks down into a chair.
And Barack Klanghammer nods gravely, looks between the two of you, and says, "Yes, when you deal with devils, everything is a contract. Asmodeus would have it no other way. There are terms and penalties."
We still have work to do here.
So, all those people in the other room?
Yes, I'm afraid so.
When we finish freeing this place, we will give them all proper burials, Brock. Every last one of them.
He'll lay a hand on your shoulder and he'll say, "Thank you, my friend. But there is still work to do.
Indeed.
However, I think we all deserve a nice rest."
Surely not for too long. She kind of has to clear her throat. Still looking really gray and a little sick. Surely, if there's anything else here, they heard it.
Those newts are long gone.
Well, they were slaves to begin with.
Yes.
They may have gone to get help, and
No.
there may be enemies deeper in the mine that we don't know about, and there's still a dragon unaccounted for.
Yeah.
I don't think the dragon will come this way. The dragon will wait for its challenger. He looks at Barak. Besides, we made a promise to let him deal with his own dragon. His own demons. Yes?
Yes, this is true. This is not our mission.
We are
To deal
just
with
to
the
help him
dragon.
get there. And
We
once
are
he
to
get there, we watch.
We are to decipher what involvement the Gith has. But now we know they are in a devious alliance with devils. Devils get souls, and the Gith get a powerful ally.
Barak,
Well, there might
Could
be
we-
more.
would you mind if we kept these papers to give to Lady Silverhand?
By all means, I think that is very important evidence to pass along, not only to Waterdeep, but to our allies in Ravnica. And he turns and he looks at Chandler and he gives him a smile. And he says, "You fought well today." And Chandler is like, "Yeah, I could have fought better." And then he looks at all of you and he says, "You all were very impressive. Every time I fight with you, I am reminded of your prowess in battle."
Yes, it's quite a heated exchange.
Yes, it's.
Oh, he groans, but he
Adamant-
smiles.
Adamant puts his right hand on Chandler's shoulder. You've got to cool off in battle, friend. And just.
Oh.
You're both horrible, and I hate you.
Oh, and with that, I think we're going to let Ash go get some sleep. We'll go ahead and call it here. For logistics purposes, this room here is probably going to be the coolest room. And it's got 2 entries. So either, unless you guys just want to go back outside the way you came in and take your rest out there,
That could
and then
be.
come back
see,
in.
That could be
No,
dangerous because the dragon
yeah.
could be waiting out there for us.
Yeah.
That
Here
and
we
undead.
Here we can bar the doors. It's kind of.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So we'll do that. We will say that at the very least, everybody will get the benefit of a short rest before we pick up next week. When we start next week, we will decide whether you all need to take a long rest or whether a short rest is good and you want to continue on after that. But congratulations, you guys cleared out that level. It's going to be nice when you're not traveling with a dragon. It's going to be
What are
much,
you talking about? What are you
It's going
talking about?
to
I love traveling with a dragon. It's great.
it's going to be much easier to deal
Balance
more.
defense.
Yeah, because it's like I have to put things in there that are gonna take the dragon's attention, and
Yeah.
that would be a threat without the dragon around. But at the same time, I can't put anything in there that's too much of a threat, because then one shot, okay, there's one party member down. Another shot, okay, there's another party member down.
Well,
Death
the way I look at it,
spirals.
the way I look to see it is the enemies had time to dig in here.
Yeah. And it was just a matter of, okay, I know by the encounter builder, even with an adult gold dragon, that should have been a deadly encounter, but your the way you guys manipulate the battlefield and everything, and you're playing off of each other's teamwork, it really makes it a challenge to throw enough at you that is.
I have an idea that could have been done. That lava pit. There are a lot of monsters that live in lava, and you could have had one pull him into the lava, and they fight under the lava while we deal with the lesser.
But it's gonna make sense,
Right.
Yeah.
because the dwarves would have cleared out anything that was really dangerous, and the devils may have resistance to fire, but they're not gonna
A lot of
have
them have
lava
immunity.
monsters running around.
They're all immune to it, but yeah, the point is well taken. The devils, because they are lawful evil,
Very
the
strict
devils, yes, very strict hierarchy,
They're
and
gonna have that control.
right, they do not want anything around that's going to that's basically going to attack a useful slave at a time that is inconvenient for them. They're going to
Exactly.
eliminate that from their environment. So, yeah, you're right. There are a lot of things that could be, but I'm trying to.
My main idea being like in a lot of video games, if you have like a particularly strong ally with you and they want you to have a difficult fight, they'll have either something like come to just fight that ally, like they'll be taken into another room or something, or they're barred off with that powerful ally, so only they can fight, and then while you handle the minion or something like
down.
that.
Yeah.
Also, Adamant, you've got a set of brass ones, buddy. Telling an angry gold dragon to wait in line.
Hey, just playing off the initiative. just breaking the fourth wall a little bit there. There's a line. You've got to wait.
Did you want to say something, Ash?
We said we'd leave it to the end. The crit rules.
The what?
Oh.
Playing outside of combat on that.
Oh, yeah. Go ahead. You had a question about it, or?
Are we playing crits outside of combat or not? That's just something.
On skill
There-
checks
there
and
was-
saves.
Yeah, skill
I
checks.
wasn't
No.
sure
and
if it-
crits.
I don't know. That's a good question. What are we doing, Gally?
Oh, okay. Criticals on skill checks. There's.
No.
I hadn't
Sorry,
thought
I
about it. I hadn't thought about it. Simply because in 5th edition, there's not a good set, at least a good set of published alternate rules for how you can play crit. But if you have an idea of what you would want to do if we had critical rolls on skills, the only thing I do with that is in a skills challenge, if you roll a nat 20 on a skills challenge, it counts as 2 successes. So there's kind of a crit
there's-
built in there.
There's a gray area with it. Now, this is just me personally. The way I
Sure.
usually rule it is that if you're using a skill and you get a nat 20, if it makes sense for you to be able to do it, then you succeed. But you cannot try to use athletics to jump to the moon, roll a nat 20, and jump to the moon. It's just, there's things you can do and there's things you just absolutely cannot do.
Right, and there's okay, let's see. Okay. Let's just try to take a look at skills variance. Okay.
I've heard some DMs use it as a. It's kind of
Whoa.
they double the proficient. They double the what you have in your skill, and add it to a 20, I mean, I've seen people do it different ways. You know what I mean? Like their proficiency or whatever, they'll double it. It's weird.
Yeah, yeah.
By the way, I did find something. I posted it in Discord. Galley of Jeremy Crawford saying that darkness only cares about light for spells.
Yeah, it's pretty specific usually.
And dispel magic.
I mean, when it comes to light, like it's the moon touch sword isn't going to affect it.
Isn't going to affect
cares
what?
about light.
Darkness shouldn't affect a moon touch sword.
Right.
Usually spells are very specific in their wording.
Right, but I didn't want to argue about it. You know, we got a story to tell, and I can talk to him after the session.
I was saying I found specifically something from Jeremy Crawford saying that darkness cares about light.
How would you want to handle that in the future, Gally? Well, first let's decide if we're going to use automatic successes on crits on skills, and then we can move to that.
Is that the question? Is that the question that regardless of the skill check, if you roll a 20, it's always going to succede?
But
if it makes sense for you to succeed.
So the example was that actually.
Okay, Chris, shush. Let him talk.
So Oyo rolled like a 30-something on his stealth.
Okay.
Zandri rolled. I wasn't sure if it was a joke, but Zandri critted on perception. And says, I can see you.
Yeah, I was joking when I said that.
Okay.
I was playing it as a joke, but it did bring up an interesting point that makes a good example.
Yeah.
I was just kidding too about not being able to see. Obviously, you see me. I'm not invisible.
Yeah. Okay. I see what we're talking about here. I was thinking about how the on a crit on an attack it deals like extra damage, or there's extra dice, or you get some sort of extra bonus. I was trying to figure that out. Now, yes, here's where the thing comes into play. If you have, let's say, a lock that was created by a it's a mechanical style lock, and it has, like, let's say a
magical natures.
Not even necessarily magical, but it's so complex that the DC to unlock it with lockpicks is like a 35. If you come along with a first level thief and they have their lockpick tools and they roll a nat 20, they still probably are not going to be able to unlock that, just because it's such a more advanced lock than they've ever seen. Now, when they get a little bit higher, and if they roll a natural 20 and maybe they have a 32 and the actual DC is a 35, okay, yeah, then maybe that natural 20 will let them do more than they should be able to and get it unlocked. So I think it is still kind of a gray area, and it does really depend on what the DC is versus what the actual result is, even if you get a nat 20.
Fair.
So does that make sense to everybody, or does anybody
okay
think
can we put
That's fine.
So what's the ruling? Sorry.
There's normal ruling, but sometimes if you get quite close with your natural 20, the DM may just be like,
okay,
I'll
so
give you that one.
DM's discretion. Got it. Sounds fair to me.
Yes. Yeah. And going with that whole within reason. So if somebody actually made me write it down, it might be like, if you get within 5 with a nat 20, then you automatically succeed within 5 of the DC. We call it a success. But if it's more than that, then it's probably too difficult of a thing for you to do. So, yeah. All right. Good question. Okay. Now, Galibar. Chris, did you have something to contribute to that? Or, were you...
I typed it in Discord.
Okay. Yes. Okay.
Looney Tunes Cole.
All
yeah,
right.
yeah. You have that's an excellent example. A medium person trying to break down a door to its giant's house using an athletics check. Yeah, a door for a storm giant's house might require a DC 50, and if you're now in a few levels, Galibar might actually be able to get there or get somewhere in the neighborhood. Like if he got more than a 40, yeah, okay, yeah, that might be
At level
Blast
20.
Blast
Yeah,
the
at level 20, barbarians, their strength and constitution becomes 24.
Oh yeah.
If I had the gauntlets of storm giant strength, I could definitely reach 40.
Oh yeah.
Well, no,
yeah.
it goes up by 4 with a max of.
Oh, then maybe not. But
Well, it depends on, of course, if you've been. It depends on what items you have. It depends on whether you've used skill ups to increase your stat, or whether you have found really rare magical items. Like there's a whole set of basically self-improvement books that are magical items, and you read those, and it gives you bonuses to one of the 6 core stats after you read them.
I think it's the manual of fitness or something like that. It gives you a
something like that. Yeah.
Strength, and it can be read only once per 100.
Right.
Yeah, they have one for every. I think for almost any modifier, basically.
The funny thing is that's meant to be a huge limiter, but a high elf wizard with that book, or just any druid with that book can get, like, in their lifetime, like a 30 in intelligence,
Pretty much.
or a 30 in wisdom.
Now, I believe that some of them, it says that, and I don't know if it's all of them, but I think it was some of them that after they are used, not only does the writing, like you say, disappear and it can't be used for 100 years, but it actually goes to another random plane of existence. So it's like if you wanted to do that, every time you wanted to use it, you'd have to go find it again. You couldn't just lock it in a vault and go back
it doesn't
to it
work.
every 100
Yeah.
years. And you'd have to go figure out where it is.
Next
All right.
question. How are we regarding the darkness spell? Have we pretty much agreed that? Have you agreed that's the way you want to run it, or?
Okay, so we have this thing here.
He said he wanted someone to find something.
Yeah. I've got this. Okay. Does light from magic weapons characteristics count as a magical that can illuminate a darkness spell? So darkness only cares about light created by a spell. That's kind of half of an answer.
It's very specific. I think the issue is what spell created the Moon Touch Sword? What level was it?
Yeah, and
It doesn't matter. It's very clear. It's a spell.
Yeah.
That's the point of a darkness spell, is to negate a light spell.
Yeah.
It doesn't negate magical light. From items, basically.
The thing that I posted is a person asking, does light
yeah. I'm reading it, and it's a Twitter question, Twitter answer. So it's like a really limited answer. I'd like to see him give like some examples, and just darkness cares only about light created by a spell. Light from magic weapons character.
Didn't I post my own thing?
Okay. I'm not sure.
But I'm gonna go to bed. So.
Yeah. Okay.
Good night, Ash.
I don't have
Night,
the
Ash.
darkness spell.
Night,
I'm
Ash.
not gonna get it. So no.
Okay, so.
Oh, I posted it
Okay.
right above Gallibar's post. That's a direct post from Jeremy Crawford.
Okay, Sunblaze magic item. It produces light.
That's a rare magic.
Yeah, it's also a rare magic item as opposed to a common magic item. So
Doesn't matter. It's a magic item.
Well,
That's the
no,
whole point.
the Sunblade is made with the daylight spell.
It
Yeah.
doesn't matter. It's a magical item. That's the whole point.
No, the level of the magic, daylight specifically cancels out the darkness spell. It says it in the spell.
He's just using that as an example. He's saying that the source of the light is not from a spell, therefore it is not affected by darkness. That's what he's using. He's not using Sunblade as the only option. He's saying, he's just giving you an example. It produces light. Okay, first part of sentence. It is not a spell of second level or lower. Therefore, it illuminates the area of a darkness spell. So a magical item that produces light, it is not a spell, so therefore it illuminates the area of darkness. And darkness even says that in the description. If you go read darkness.
Right. Yeah, darkness does say that that light created by a spell, second level or lower, is canceled by the darkness.
If the point you choose is an object, blah, 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 completely covering source of darkness, well, pick Abraham, blah, 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 blah. The darkness spreads around corners. A creature with dark vision can't see through this darkness.
Mhm.
And non-magical light can't illuminate it.
Mm-hmm.
So non-magical light. And then it stipulates that light source. It has to be a spell of second level or lower. That light is dispelled. But it has to be a spell. Not so the first part overrides it and says a non-magical light can't illuminate it. And then later it goes in and says if it's a spell of second level or lower, darkness counters it.
Don't you cast darkness? Something like
I
that?
can, yes. And if somebody had a magical item that shed light, it would be illuminated. Because, or they use a spell that's third level or higher.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, what I like is in the earlier editions where they have basically the light spell cancels darkness and the darkness spell cancels light. So if you cast one of them first and then you cast another one, boop, it just basically negates the first effect.
Right.
And
that's what this does.
I kind of wish that that's the way they worded this spell and they didn't try to get too fancy. And my
5e made a lot of things easier, but they also complicated a crap ton of other.
I feel like it's pretty straightforward. It's at the bottom. It's saying this spell is used to negate light spells of second level or lower. That's the purpose of the darkness spell.
Yeah.
But because of the whole mythos of light versus darkness, light always shines, right?
That's why
So
it's a third level spell.
Right.
Yeah.
And I don't know. There might be some higher level darkness spells, but I can't remember what they are. There's one.
There's greater darkness.
Yeah, there's greater darkness.
And then, of course, there's higher level light spells.
Correct.
Like
Correct.
Dawn.
Yeah.
Dawn is fucking nasty.
Let's see what greater darkness does.
And greater darkness makes it so you cannot see in that shit, period. Not even magical dark vision can see in that.
One important thing to consider is, do magic items have a level for their enchanted light, the way that there are levels for light spells and darkness spells?
I mean, if somebody had to concentrate to make a moon touch sword, which is a magic item, if that was being enchanted by a spell like Daylight, you would probably have to pay a lot more for it.
Here's
You
the
know,
perfect. Here's a perfect example. Let me cut it down for you. This. So darkness is used to actually take all the light out of a surrounding area and absorb it all. And we know that's what the color black does, right?
Right.
It absorbs all light. So it's used to do that. So if we're just standing in a hallway and there is, let's say there's a non-magical bright torch in the middle of the hallway. Cast darkness, it sucks all the light, right? Boom. Everything goes dark. But if the magical darkness touched the same torch, but that torch was powered by a magical source, that darkness cannot cancel out that magical source because it's not a magical source of light. It's not a light. You know, it's not like pure light, is what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense? So it takes a third level spell or higher to cancel out darkness. Or a magical item, because it clearly says no non-magical item sourced by light, affects darkness.
Yeah. I can understand it now.
Does that make sense? Like the darkness spell is eating the light, like the cosmic light, like the physical embodiment of light. But if you've taken a magical item, you've distorted that, and you know what I mean? It's like a different magic.
Mm-hmm.
It's your ruling. It's your game. I just wanted to put out a good argument for it. That's all.
Okay. Yeah. I think what I am going to do, because I didn't read through all of these before. I'm trying to read through them now. On D&D Beyond, for every spell and every item, it has an area of comments, and you can go back and look at all the comments from people. And I'm just kind of curious what the...
Wow,
What I
here we
was
go.
saying-
Here we go. There you go. Straight from the horse's mouth about light and magic items and darkness spells, rules, and game mechanics versus light versus dark. That's straight from D&D Beyond with direct references from Sage Advice, which is hosted by Jeremy Crawford.
Right, yeah. Okay. I think magic items, creating light on spells, creating darkness. Or something. Okay. Highly contradictory. First it doesn't clearly state light. That light from any magic item can illuminate areas from darkness spells. This contradicts the following post. Okay. Okay. You're supposed to have final last answer. Find it far from the intention of the spell. Okay. Candle of the Deep, a moon touch weapon should be able to sell a level 8 spell manic darkness is a level 4. It does not feel right either. And attach levels to magic items become relevant in situations like this. An item creating common item level 1, uncommon item level 2, rare item level 3, very rare item level 4, legendary item level 6, artifact level 8.
Yeah.
There you go.
There's a post directly below that explains it very well. He's saying that the magic that comes off of an item doesn't negate the darkness. All it does is it illuminates it. And only
is combining two different questions, handling two different situations.
Right. So that darkness would still be in a 20-foot radius, but for me, I could see 15 feet up and dim.
And anybody who was within that 15 feet could see within that area. But if you were beyond that 15 feet, you would still be in the darkness. Okay.
Right.
So here's the explanation. And this is exactly, thank you, Ken. This is exactly what I was looking for, because I wanted to see that sort of that level thing. So yeah, the way, yeah.
So it'd be like the way it works out is the magical darkness overtakes the torches.
Yeah,
But
that
the item is like a magical torch. It's not going to go out from the darkness.
Yes. So to further, if you pull out a moon-touched weapon, it will illuminate the portion of the darkness around the moon-touched weapon. And see, this is where I like then going back to the old one. I would say if you pull out a sunblade.
but it's the same thing.
No, it's not, because
Where are
one
you
is
getting-
a common item. One is a common item. One is a
Where are
rare
you
item.
getting that? This is this own guy's opinion, right? This is just some curse bringer. This is his opinion because he wants to use darkness spells more effectively in his campaign, or yada yada yada.
Yeah, and the fact that there's 3 or 4 different interpretations by people from within Wizards of the Coast means that there's really not a cut and dried answer.
But okay, that's fair.
So
but the
I
language is
like-
very clear in the darkness spells, so I don't understand what the confusion is.
because all